9 a.m. Let's prepare to begin, please. Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in WQCC 23-84. This is a proposed new rule relating to water reuse. We're on the 10th day of hearing, and this is one of many opportunities to offer public comment before we return to the technical case. Just a few things about offering public comment. One, I have to ask that you collect your thoughts and offer comment just once. Two, the public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If you have more to say than can be said in 3 minutes, we strongly encourage you to put your comments in writing and submit them to Pam Jones, the same commission administrator with whom you would have signed up to offer comment. I will ask you to spell your first and last name for the transcript. I will ask you to speak slowly because we have both a court reporter and a team of interpreters interpreting between Spanish and English who are trying to catch your every word. And I will ask you to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth. So let me begin with Sierra Smith. Is Sierra Smith on the platform? I think.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. If you would spell your name, please.
It's S-I-E-R-R-A. S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I swear or affirm to tell the truth.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I wanted to state my concerns about the reuse of treated fracking chemicals in agriculture and its potential to harm human lives. Produced water is toxic and has been found to contain a whole slew of chemicals that have been linked to many health problems, including cancer. Not to mention that this is coming from the chemicals we know, as the gas and oil industry is allowed to keep many of the chemicals they use secret. Allowing this water reuse off the oil field could allow our farm animals to ingest feed contaminated with this toxic slush, transferring health concerns to us. It could also come straight to us via food crops when used in irrigation. EPA states that there must be no contact between the water and the edible part of the plant, but the water is transferred to every place in the crop. This is an experiment with our health. I believe we need a ruling that prohibits the discharge of produced water into ground and surface water and reuse off the oil field. Thank you for listening, and I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Patrick Jaramillo? No, and I don't see him in the room. If he joins us before we're done with the session, Pam, let me know. Joe Munley? Mr. Munley? All right. Mia Montoya Hammersley. Ms. Hammersley?
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Would you spell your names for the record, please?
Yes, my first name is Mia. That's M-I-A, Montoya, M-O-N-T-O-Y-A, Hammersley. That's H-A-M-M-E-R-S-L-E-Y.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. My name is Mia Montoya Hammersley. I'm the director of the Environmental Justice Clinic at the Vermont Law and Graduate School, but I am also a member of the Piro-Manso-Tewa tribe and a New Mexican with family and loved ones throughout the state. I offer this comment in support of everyone who has spoken this week to express their concern about the draft wastewater reuse rule under consideration by the Commission. As others have pointed out, the term produced water is an egregious attempt to greenwash an extremely hazardous substance
known to contain harmful forever chemicals known as PFAS and various human carcinogens. Fracking waste reuse outside of an oil field is prohibited under the Produced Water Act, and the oil and gas industry should not be allowed to circumvent the protections of this act through the expansion of reuses outlined in this proposed rule, particularly without a rigorous scientific showing that fracking waste treatment and reuse can be accomplished safely. Any expansion of the use of fracking waste poses an unacceptable threat to our water resources and community health. No use of this toxic substance is a beneficial use. I also offer my thoughts on the root of the problem that the Commission is seeking to solve, which, as I understand it, is the high level of waste produced by fracking operations within the state. Fracking is not only harmful to the environment and community health, but incredibly inefficient. For every barrel of oil produced, approximately 4 barrels of waste are generated. This problem could be alleviated by the transition away from a fossil fuel economy, which is crucial for the future and well-being of New Mexico communities. I have several family members who lost their homes during the summer's wildfires and post-fire flooding in Ruidoso, one of the latest climate change-fueled natural disasters in the state. Now is not the time to expand the reach of the fracking industry, which would perpetuate the harmful effects of climate change already being experienced by communities across the state. In order to safeguard the future of New Mexico communities, I urge you to rewrite the proposed rule to prohibit the discharge, disposal, or reuse of treated or untreated produced water outside the oil field without exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hammersley. And I forgot to invite the lead of our team of interpreters, Lisa O'Grady, to make a statement about the globe at the bottom of your screen. Lisa?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, everyone. If you would like to listen to the interpretation in Spanish, you'll need to choose the Spanish channel. All you have to do is go to the bottom of your WebEx screen and you'll click on the globe and then choose Spanish. Si hay alguien que quiere ocupar los servicios de las intérpretes, entonces nada más tiene que hacer clic en el globo que está a pie de su pantalla y seleccionar el español. If anyone would like to make a public comment in Spanish, if you could please let us know, and if you also have a written copy of your comment, we would appreciate you sending that to us as well. Y si hay alguien que quisiera hacer su comentario público en español, por favor avísenos. Y también le agradeceríamos de antemano si nos puede pasar una copia por escrito. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Joe Munley apparently is on the line now. Mr. Munley? Okay. Mr. Munley?
I did it once. There. Hello?
Yes, hello. I can hear you.
Okay.
If you would please spell your name for the transcript.
Joe Munley, Joemunley.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I'm 77 years old and have had a lifetime of seeing negative, deadly environmental events that were the result of industrial and political noncompliance with the safety and environmental laws. To name a few, as a child, the family business, the Valley View Coal Company, run by my father, closed after a nearby mine dug directly under the Susquehanna River, causing the river to break into the many layers of the mines below and flow downriver for 30 miles, ending the anthracite coal industry in the United States. My family moved to New Jersey, where my father would die from working at the massive Johns Manville asbestos plant, along with 99% of the employees, even though the company knew of the dangers to the employees. I lived in New Hampshire in 1972 and learned from a neighbor that he had worked on the original design of the first nuclear power plants in the US, and that half of the safety devices have been dropped because of the financial cost. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and learned I was 3 blocks from a nuclear storage facility for the East Coast. A high school 2 blocks from the facility had an environmental club and was able to walk into the facility and take pictures showing that safety regulations were not being followed. I worked in the South Bronx and attended Community Board 2 meetings when the neighborhood, along with Harlem, had the highest asthma rates in the country. I asked if a computer search of how the areas with the high asthma were unique environmentally and didn't get a response. A few years later, I learned there was a waiver on the types of heating fuel oil and a lower grade was allowed in the South Bronx and Harlem, some of the poorest areas of the country. Now, 30 years later, I'm living in Albuquerque and have learned from attending the fracking ordinance hearings in Sandoval County about the health issues and asthma rates in children in the tri-chapter area due to nearby fracking. I also learned it would take 10 years for all the oil and gas wells to be inspected once due to the low number of inspectors. It is with this background that I fear the public use of produced water in New Mexico will result in more illnesses and death due to the many chemicals and radiation in the water. Please use science, reason, and experience to not allow produced water use outside the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munley. Marvin Nash? No, all right. Pilar Hernandez? Ms. Hernandez?
Hello.
Hello. Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Yes, Pilar, Pilar, Hernandez, Hernandez.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, and hearing officer. As you heard, my name is Pilar Hernandez, and I am from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am part of the youth organization Yucca, which is dedicated to bringing about climate justice in a way that decentralizes colonial tactics and instead places the people's needs first. As someone that was born and raised here in Santa Fe, from very early on, it was emphasized to me and my peers alike in school, in youth programs, in the Children's Museum, even that our water was not to be wasted. We were told this because it was known that we as a state suffer from the scarcity of water. Whatever little water we have, we must appreciate. Water was also a healing source for me as someone who suffers from heavy fatigue and rashes under the sun. My reliance on water was and still is immense. Growing up with this mindset, you come to realize just how sacred water is. To have the privilege to have clean, potable water is to have life. This is why I wanted to make a comment today on the Wastewater Reuse Rule 23-48. This rule falls under the pretense of fracking industries regulating their water and controlling their waste. However, the rule is truly too vague to really reassure communities that their water will be safe to consume. The rule allows industries to treat their water as they seem fit, and as long as there's no discharge to ground or surface water, there's no problem. Though this, we get produced water, which isn't really water, and instead a highly toxic and carcinogenic liquid that will harm communities once it comes to contact with humans and other beings alike. With this information, still only 14% of its chemical makeup has been adequately assessed for health impacts. Time and time again, we see industries hide important information that could especially affect communities of color. We see livelihoods sacrificed for profit. The approval of this rule would ignore the fact that there is still a lot unregulated. There could still be spills, accident, and unforeseen events that could cause this toxic liquid to spread. There are still no scientifically based standards for the treatment, handling, risk, abatement, or even financial assurances for this liquid. These are all clearly important things to consider before the advancement of this rule. Again, I and many community members alike believe that humans' rights to live with potable water should come before any amount of profit. A rule is needed to regulate the unspeakable amount of waste these industries create, but it has to be a rule better than this one that considers the complexities of what it means to have the needs of the people first, and not what an industry should need to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Yaz Elliott pending. Can you unmute yourself? Yaz Elliott pending. Oh, may have stepped away. All right, Roberto Felix.
Yes, hello. Good morning,
Oh,
everyone. I
hello.
would like to,
Would you spell your name for the record,
yes, of course.
please?
Robertofefelix.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
To the best of my knowledge, of course.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to come forward with you today to address the cost of this operation, as well as some additional concerns with regards to the environment. Firstly, we have what are known as PFAS, which we do not currently have extensive means with which to treat. And as a result, this novel technology, along with the massive demand for this treatment, 160 million gallons of daily throughput just for 2021 alone, is going to cost well over, for the cheapest treatment, according to EPA estimates, well over $50 million annually. This is a grand cost to everyone, and I do not believe that citizens, the New Mexico constituency, needs to be the one to foot the bill on this. I believe that it is entirely gas companies that need to be put on the bill for this, as well as tightened regulations for the successful completion of this task. This is all nothing to say of the many, many, many upwards of 200 to 1,000 water tankers per well to be transported to a facility through their lifetime, each of which being another massive failure point for seepage onto grounds and into our plants. To make this water potable, this potable water treatable for our agriculture is all well and good. However, PFAS are so persistent, just like heavy metals, that even a small amount will lead to adverse effects such as cancer. This material can be transferred either from water to plant, or from plant to livestock, or from livestock to us as we sit down for Thanksgiving. Once again, I ask that regulations be severely tightened and penalties severely increased for those who refuse to play by the rules and who wish to pollute our environment for political and provincial income. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. I understand Mr. Nash, Marvin Nash, is one of the call-in users. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Nash? Okay, Mr. Nash, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. You're calling user 4. Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Marvin, M-A-R-V-I-N, Nash, N-A-S-H.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Madam Hearing Officer, can I have 30 seconds prior to my 3 minutes? Very quickly. I'll be brief, and this is very important. Has nothing to do with the conversation itself, but it does have to do with this hearing. So if you could oblige me for just a second. I'm not there, but yesterday, while listening on the phone over the noon hour, a call came in and the Madden hearing officer took the call. Mind you, it was over the noon break. The hearing officer was on the phone with a rather senior citizen elderly lady, and she was extremely concerned about her ability to make her comments. The hearing officer, rather than just saying, ma'am, you'll have to call back and run our noon break, took a couple of minutes. She comforted this lady. She encouraged this lady, and she gave her confidence on how important her call was. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not every day that one gets to witness the passion and effort to include all people. It was an honor to see such an example of true professionalism. If I were there now, I currently would ask for a round of applause for the hearing officer and for the commission for the great work they are doing. If you would allow me my 3 minutes, Madam Hearing Officer, I'll proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nash. My goodness, you guys are too much.
The issue before WQCC is a clear division of two camps. One from the environmental side, a message of doom and gloom, fear and destruction. The other from the energy producers with a message of doom and gloom if we do not allow a pathway for process for additional disposal. I would like to represent a third camp, the stewardship camp, and the New Mexico Constitution, which calls for putting water to beneficial use. The stewardship must include brackish and industrial use water. The New Mexico Constitution, your Constitution, provides for the only pathway to put water to beneficial use because the state and the citizens own the water. Wyoming is the most similar to New Mexico with state laws. One of the first beneficial use application permits was issued. I know because I initiated the forcing function for the permit to be issued by the state of Wyoming. It has been done. Texas most likely can accomplish what New Mexico cannot. Texas cannot accomplish what New Mexico can simply because of the legal question of who owns the water. I speak with authority on this because the permit Rick McCurdy called first for Texas yesterday was granted to the landowner based on my company's application, which became Letter of Authority, Railroad Commission 00200. New Mexico is the only state that can solve the chicken and the egg dilemma. So let's never say never and get past the chicken and the egg. The Constitution, created by the forefathers of New Mexico, is the legal stewardship directive to put water to beneficial use. That's number one. Number two, the directive Constitution requires and provides a regulatory agency, NMED, to develop a permit process for all water, which would include brackish, industrial, and byproduct. Comically, let's say there goes the chicken. By simply requiring applicants to follow a prescriptive process, a permit could be designed by engineering firms to provide a seal of approval. I have accomplished this twice, once in Wyoming and once in Texas. The prescriptive process for regulatory authority is in line with other agencies. They build roads, they construct highways, they build malls, they drill waterways, moving the country forward. So there goes the egg. There goes the dilemma. I wish you Godspeed. Your decision, your Constitution will provide a safe growth for New Mexico and others for years to come, not just for energy, but for industry through the foresight of the stewardship of the Constitution. New Mexico, the beneficial use, and New Mexico can become the beneficial use water capital of the world. Not enough help, we say. Let's train New Mexico youth to be the stewards of water. New Mexico will never say no. We'll have an advisory board in New Mexico set up next week. I hold U.S. Patent 118-44316, method for processing byproduct water for optimal beneficial use. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the work that you're doing and the way that you're doing it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. Ariel Prado? Ariel Prado?
Hi, this is Ariel Prado.
Hello. Would you spell your name for the transcript, please?
Of course, it's Ariel is my first name, and P as in Paul, Rado is my last name.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Mariel Prado with the Torrance County Listening Project. Over the last couple of years, the Torrance County Listening Project has been going door to door, talking to folks in Torrance County about why they love where they live, what changes and challenges they have seen in their community, and what hopes they have for the future. Almost everybody brings up stories about water. How wells are drying up, how you have to dig deeper and deeper to get to water, how water is being extracted, exported, and neglected by industries that come into communities making big promises, only to leave towns ghosts of their once thriving selves. We hear how the weather in the land they love is changing into increasingly drier and hotter climates. Water is a powerful presence in the memories and histories of the people we speak to. It is essential to their lives today. When they speak of the future of their children, grandchildren, and beyond, they are aware of the precarious future of water in their communities, and many consider it their responsibility to fight for abundant, accessible, and clean water for all. Throughout this hearing, you've heard powerful testimony on the harms of this proposed rule to the land, water, and people of New Mexico. So at this point, I would like to continue to uplift the voices of generations of New Mexicans that have consistently told these industries and those we elect about the profound harm that is incurred to the land, to the people, to water, and to all living things when industries of extraction ignore the will of the people and impose their will on them. And it is these voices that have, do, and will continue to remind us of the importance of protecting an irreplaceable necessity of all life, water. How has the oil and gas industry responded? By imposing even more of their waste problem on not only this generation of New Mexicans, but on future generations as well. We have been honored to learn about our history, the present moment, and the future possibilities from listening to our neighbors and being changed by what they have shared. We strongly urge the Water Quality Control Commission to listen to, learn from, and be changed by everyone that has spoken to you this week and in previous hearings. We urge you to consider the legacy you will leave in this moment for those we will never know and who will be here long after we are gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. Let's see. We have, unless Yaz Elliott Pending has stepped back to the computer. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I
Hello?
apologize about that.
Oh, great. If you would please spell your name for the transcript.
Sure, my first name is Yaj, Y-A-Z-H. Last name's Pending, P-E-N-D-I-N-G.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Yaj Pending. I am a Diné and Hickory Apache Two-Spirit person in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm deeply concerned about the Rule 2348, which proposes the expansion of produced water use without scientifically based standards for its treatment, handling, or disposal. Produced water is a toxic and radioactive substance that poses significant risks to our environment and public health. Allowing its use in large-scale industrial and demonstration projects without rigorous oversight is reckless and could have devastating consequences. I urge the Commission to prioritize public safety and environmental protection by rejecting this rule or revising it to include strict science-based standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pending. The only person I didn't hear from who signed up is Patrick Jaramillo. Mr. Jaramillo, are you on platform? Oh, haha, great. Come on up to this table, please. If there is anyone on the platform who would like to make a comment during the session and has not yet commented, please reach out to Pam through the chat or email. Let us know you're there. The next public comment session will be at 1 p.m. today. Right, Mr. Jaramillo, if you would please spell your name for the transcript.
Now,
Too close.
PAT. That's fine where it was. I just needed to turn it. PATRICKJARAMILLO.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do swear.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
My name is Patrick Jaramillo. Work for the American Friends Service Committee. I am no Mexicano, Asaquero. As it always happens in these situations, I prepare remarks, get nervous, go blank. I'm not going to share anything that you have not heard already. So I'm going to keep my remarks short. I'm asking you to reject this rule as written because it just does not provide the safeguards necessary. We need this rule because especially the produced water. The produced water exists. We need to deal with it. But as is, without the safeguards for agriculture, for human health, for the environment, all this is doing is removing the liability of oil and gas and the toxic and radioactive waste that they're going to dump on us. They're going to make it the public's problem. So they're getting all the profit and they're going to pass the waste on to us. As if the rule as written. There is immense opportunity to take advantage of this new waste because this is the world we're moving towards. But until there is real scientifically based methods to safeguard the people of this place, this rule cannot go forward as written. So go ahead and yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. Pam, did anyone reach out? All right. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer comment at this time? The next session is at 1 p.m. Nope. All right. Let's return to the technical case. When we broke, let's see, I believe Ms. Nanasi was questioning Mr. Curdy. We'll give folks a moment to take their places. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Nanasi.
Good morning. This morning I uploaded New Energy Economy Exhibit 35, which is, I believe, the list of constituents that you referred to yesterday. That was from the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. Could you take a look? Could your attorney show you that and tell me if this is what you were referring to when you were testifying yesterday?
And for clarity, when I was referring to the NMED plus list, okay. Yes, Ms. Nanazi, I believe that is that NMED plus list.
And so, sir, going back to some of the previous questions that I asked you about, if this commission would require a permit for pilot projects, would you agree that what is shown here, which is New Energy Economy Exhibit 35, that what's listed as NMPWRC list, would you agree that at least these constituents should be tested for?
Yes, ma'am. I have no reason to say otherwise because this is a list that is being used in other areas as well.
And sir, do you happen to know if this list was created in conjunction with members of New Mexico Environment Department?
It is my understanding that that is correct, that they had input into this list.
Did they ask for anything that is not on this list?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware.
And I'm not going to ask you about all of them,
Thank
but
you.
I want to ask you about what's listed as number 66 and 60 through 71. Could you please state for the record what that group of constituents consist of and why they're on that list?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the radionuclides, specifically radium-226, radium-228, gross alpha beta, uranium-235, 36, and 38, strontium-90, and tritium. And I believe they're on the list because, as you've heard from many, that produced water often contains to some level these different constituents that are radioactive materials. So not only do you need to know what's in the produced water, the raw produced water, but you need to ensure that it did not make it through the treatment process.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd move admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 34 and 35.
I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections. Any E34 and 35 are admitted.
Thank you. I just have a couple of other areas that I'd like to talk to you about.
Alrighty.
And that is about the RFI that Select Water Solutions submitted to the NMED on March 29th, 2024. And it lists you, just to be in context.
I understand. I was the primary author for that response.
Okay, and it lists your name specifically as the contact person, correct?
Yes.
So if you could pull or ask your lawyer to please pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit 21, please. And then go to, well, let's just go to the first page first. So this is a essentially
I'm not sure I have 21 our file here. Let me look at it. Different.
Can I email it to you?
Sure. And in the meantime, I'll look here and see if I do have it.
I think I did, but I will do that.
We do have it here.
So, sir, this is a table that Mr. Noble made, and it was his work product essentially of the different RFI submissions and whether those entities mentioned radioactivity as an issue in their RFI. And so on the top, it's just, I'm just going to read, and if you can tell me if I read this correctly.
Okay.
It says name of company, mentions, and then the next column says mentions, quote, radiation or, quote, radioactivity in RFI, question mark, question mark. The next column is mentions, quote, radium, unquote, in RFI, question mark, question mark. Then the next column says mentions, quote, radon, quote, unquote, in RFI, question mark, question mark. The next one says mentions, quote, norm, unquote, or, quote, T-norm, unquote, in RFI, question mark, question mark. And then it says, in the last column, it says response to questions 7 and 8 of RFI about, quote, impediments, unquote, and, quote, technical challenges, unquote.
Yes.
Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Okay, so if you go down now to select water solutions. It's true, is it not, that your application or your submission to the NMED did not include anything about radioactivity in or radon or radium in your RFI. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then in the last column, I wanted to ask you about something that is in your RFI, and specifically toward the end of that the last column, it says, this is what it was written from your RFI. This is a robust group of contaminants, and knowing if they have been removed is crucial to this process being accepted by the citizenry of New Mexico, semicolon. However, if the state required these analyses daily as part of the use of a treated produced water, the cost of analysis alone would make the concept impractical. To make this concept economically feasible, it will be necessary to identify surrogate tests that will allow for fewer total analyses while still providing assurance that the treated water is suitable for the application and the environment, or developing real-time monitoring that does the same. Did you write that in your RFI?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And so this was correctly taken down by Mr. Noble, correct?
It is.
Okay, and could you tell the commission what you meant by that, please?
So the previous submitted list, the NMED plus list that we went through with the 400 plus contaminants, and there was a section in there specifically for various radionuclides, and we discussed that just a few minutes ago. But if we have to run all 400 of those products daily, that test alone is somewhere in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $20,000. That alone would just basically stop where we're going now, because this would not be it. It would just be a money losing situation to try to treat this water. So what I've said before, and I'll say it again in here, and I've said it with the various consortiums, is one of the goals of research is to find either a surrogate test, something that measures just total radioactivity and say it cannot be above this level. And as long as it's not above that level, then we know all these constituents are in line with the requirements. That would be a simpler test that would still prove that we could do it safely. Or we need a monitoring tool, real-time monitoring tool in the water where we're constantly tracking that information.
And, but you would, I hear what you just said, which is basically you can't do this every day. It would be economically infeasible. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so how often would you think that it would be appropriate to require the full scale tests?
So, good question. It depends on the volume of the water moving through the system. And ideally, I would like real-time information. Now, up front, when we do these pilot projects or these, what was the other word we used yesterday? But anyway, on those, we're almost going to have to do them daily. We need that data up front to determine that, yes, this process is performing as it is. But while we're working through this pilot project process, we need to be working on an answer to this to work. And it's not just radionuclides, it's other things that are in the water as well. Can we find a test that will cover 10 or 12 different constituents that are all under the same general vicinity, like a semi-volatile organic compound? Can we find one test that will cover all the radionuclides and give us an answer that we're comfortable with? Or again, a real-time monitoring probe that will give us that information. In the meantime, and I'm not advocating that we move away from this list, I'm just saying that is going to be an ultimate goal to make this feasible, is that we have to be able to do it, producing good data that the citizenry is content with, but at the same time, not bankrupting the process.
So, but back to my question, how often would you suggest that it would be reasonable to require the whole list?
It's depending on the size of the system. If it was a 500 barrel a day system, perhaps you do it once a week. If it's a 50,000 barrel a day system, then maybe you need to do it 2 or 3 times a week or once or twice a day. You get up to that size volume, then we almost have to have some sort of real-time monitoring or a surrogate test that can be run multiple times a day.
Do those surrogate tests exist?
For some of these compounds, they do. If they, again, I'm not a radioactivity expert. I do not know if there's one that covers all of those radionuclides right now. There probably have to be somebody, maybe perhaps Mr. Jokogi could answer that better than I can.
You say further in your RFI, the current challenge that we and many others face is finding a treatment technology that will provide significant quantities of clean, treated, produced water at a reasonable price. And this is sort of a nice encapsulation of what you were just saying, isn't that right?
Well, and then that statement is bringing into 2 other things. One is there are no existing technologies available right now commercially that'll treat these huge volumes, 20, 30, 40,000 barrels of water a day. We have systems, probably right now, the largest one out there will give you about 1,500 barrels of clean water a day. The larger scale pilot projects that are in the field now are somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 to 500 to 600 barrels of water a day. So we're having to move along because we don't have this opportunity to do this. We're going through rulemaking here. We're working with Texas on what they're doing there. We're not going to go out and invest tens of millions of dollars in this equipment until we know it can be done. So that's a challenge. And doing it, once again, if I come in and give you an opportunity or give you a technology that will produce water at $5 a barrel, nobody's going to do that. There are other cheaper alternatives to dispose of that water. So we have to get down closer to where the existing disposal rate is today in order to make it feasible.
I want to talk to you just a couple of questions about your rebuttal. I have 1 minute, hearing officer. In your, I just want to go back to the RFI for a second before I go to the rebuttal. In the RFI, I believe you talk about something called filter cake.
Mhm.
Could you please make an answer to my question that's verbal?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, ma'am.
So yes to that last question.
Yes to I did make a comment about filter cake in the RFI.
Could you please explain what filter cake is?
If I remember correctly, how I was referring to it in the RFI. Again, and I mentioned this, I believe, yesterday, some of these treatment processes, particularly the thermal desal processes, particularly the historical ones that have been used, you needed to pull the divalent cations out of the water. These are the elements that cause mineral scale formation, particularly such as calcium carbonate scaling. By the divalents, I mean calcium, magnesium, barium, strontium. They need to be pulled out to prevent plugging up the pipes in this equipment, because typically calcium will come out of solution at high temperatures. You do that through a process that precipitates these out prior to treatment. You take those solids that have fallen out, you dewater them, usually using a filter press to where now they are a dry cake, and that dry cake has to be disposed of in a landfill. The goal is to get to a technology to where we don't have to do that today, thus eliminating one of the waste streams.
But that technology doesn't exist today.
No, it does exist today.
And when you say you take that to a landfill, is that filter cake analyzed?
Yes. So, yes, it is. Generally up front, you believe, if I remember correctly, it's what's called a T-clip analysis is done on it. Sorry, TCLP, T-clip. Apologize. That's given to the landfill or environmental landfill that we're going to be bringing you these kind of waste. And then past that point, most landfills, their main requirement is radioactivity has to be below a certain level, particularly up in the Northeast, up in the Marcellus, to where this is generally a problem. Slow myself down. And because drill cuttings.
Because what?
Drill cuttings out of the Marcellus tend to have a level of radioactivity in them. So you have to monitor that to make sure you're not, a lot of times those drill cuttings are taken to landfills for disposal. So you have to make sure that you're below, and I believe it's 50 picocuries. 50 picocuries, if I remember correctly. To be honest with you, I was never part of the environmental group that took care of that.
So one of the issues in the produced water treatment scenario must be the care that is taken to properly dispose of this residual, which includes the filter cake that you just talked about. Is that right?
Would you mind if I reworded that to say that one of the issues should be proper disposal of any waste that's generated through the process?
And that includes the filter cake that you've just been discussing.
If a company was using a process that contributed to a filter cake, yes, you are correct.
Now fully onto your rebuttal. There's only a couple of questions left. You acknowledge that improved instrumentation and techniques will help identify molecular formulas and quantify concentrations correct?
Yes, I did.
But those instrumentalities that fully produce a toxicological profile is still at a nascent stage. Is that also correct?
And by that, allow me to state how I understand what you're saying. So currently now that is at the research level in one or more universities. So it's not to the point where it is now an accepted, say, an EPA accepted procedure. So that is correct.
On page 7, line 8, you don't have to go there, but I'm just giving you that. You say, quote, last year, using non-targeted analysis, the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium analyzed a thermally distilled and polished treated produced water and revealed 12 unknown or unidentifiable compounds in the distillate. My question, sir, is, was there lab analysis and research produced as a result of that treatment?
Could you rephrase that, please? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You discussed this research that the consortium did, and you talk about that there was a thermally distilled and polished treated produced water, which revealed 12 unknown or unidentifiable compounds in the distillate. And my question to you is, was there any resulting lab analysis or research produced as a result of that?
Yes, now I understand what you're saying. So that is my understanding that they found those 12 out of the way they're processing this non-targeted analysis now and using the software databases to match it up. There was not any additional work to try to determine because that structure, that database structure did not contain those. The point I was trying to make there that of all 12, they were found in the picogram per milliliter range, which is 1/1,000,000th of a milligram per liter.
Okay, so, but what I'm asking you to focus on is,
did that generate more research?
Or was that research, where did that research go?
Okay, so this was a research that I referred to yesterday that has been presented publicly. To date, it was presented at the State of the Science Symposium, as well as a mid-year review. It is currently going through the peer review paper process now.
So do you anticipate that will, I know that you can't say for sure, but do you anticipate that will become public?
I believe that particularly if that paper, once that paper is peer reviewed and accepted and published, then it will become a public document.
Has that research been tendered to the NMED?
Let me say this. I would believe it has, but I do not know that for sure.
Now, in response to some questions, and also in your rebuttal, you complained that New Mexico Environment Department's proposed rule ban discharge of treated produced water. You complain about that, that you don't want a full discharge ban, right?
That's why I'm here today.
That's why you're here today? I hope you're here because of other things, but you provide examples from other states about discharge permits, but you would agree that none of those states have allowed treated produced water discharge from hydraulic fracking that have either saline concentrations or chemical constituents like the Permian Basin, correct?
That is correct. If by that you mean that high levels of salt were not discharged, the various, if I may step back to my testimony yesterday when I talked about the 39 constituents in the Commonwealth under their WMGR 123 Appendix A list, that the water that's being discharged there out of the Marcellus Shale, and incidentally, that water is worse than the Permian waters, but that water is being treated to that level of those constituents for discharge.
If this commission banned discharge, banned federal permits for discharge,
Yes, ma'am.
banned any reuse, but allowed the research to continue in the lab and in pilot projects, would NMOGA appeal?
Uh,
I'm just going to object to that as calls for both a legal conclusion and beyond his knowledge as to what NMOGA would do.
What you know, I'm not asking, what you know,
yes, ma'am.
would NMOGA appeal?
That, to my knowledge, I cannot answer that.
Now, you testified that the feedstock for hydrogen production will need to be ultra pure water, correct?
That is correct.
It can't contain high concentrations of salt, right?
That is correct.
You agree that thus far there are no peer-reviewed scientific studies that have proven that Permian Basin produced water has achieved the ultra pure water state through desalination, purification, and polishing that is needed for green hydrogen production.
Yeah, yes, and can I elaborate on that a little bit? Mainly because there has not been a need to consider that up until this last year. There was no way that produced water would be considered for hydrogen production, or hydrogen production would be considered in mass without this Inflation Reduction Act credit. That is what is spurring the interest. And as I mentioned yesterday, the peer review process, first you have to do the research to demonstrate that it can be done. Then you have to get it in the peer review process. So that tends to be typically a 1 to 2 year lag.
And so, but to date, we have no information, in fact, that it can be done.
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you so much. And I would move the admission of new energy economy, the same ones. I don't know if you had a chance, Madam Hearing Officer, if this is the time, but I would like to move basically new energy economy exhibit 19 through 33. All the things that haven't been admitted yet.
Okay, did you bring all these up with Mr. McCurdy or?
No, with Mr. McCurdy, I just, other than 34 and 35, which you've already admitted, I just referred to
21, right?
Yeah. The other ones, I'm sorry if this is not the right time and we can deal with it later.
Okay.
And you should just tell me when that is so that I'm just afraid that I'm going to forget and I don't want to.
Okay. I'll make a note and we can talk about the others. I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections to NEE Exhibit 21.
21.
I said that.
Okay, sorry I didn't hear that.
21. Okay, 21 is admitted. Thank you, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you.
Let's see. Ms. Fox, do you have questions of Mr. McCurdy? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Fox, you can seat yourself there. Chair Thompson has a question while you're making your way up. Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. McCurdy, Ms. Hearing Officer. The NPDES Plus list is developed by researchers at New Mexico State. Is that true?
That is not correct. That is correct.
It is. Has that list been finalized?
I believe it has. And let me add to the last, because Ms. Nanazi had asked me, I do believe that NMED had input on that list as well.
That's my understanding as well. My understanding, it has not been finalized though. And I have correspondence from Dr. Zhu at New Mexico State that would prefer that if people want to use that list, they should contact her because it is in a state of development.
I'm sorry, sir.
The list, according to Dr. Zhu, corresponded with me a bit earlier this morning, is that list is near final, but is still under development.
That is correct. And it, just my personal opinion is that will never be a finalized list to some degree, that in the future, something else such as what we've seen with PFAS in the most recent history, something that we didn't know about was a problem now would probably be added to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fox? Oh, Ms. Fox just noted that she's going to distribute some exhibits. I think we're done shuffling.
Ready to roll. Great, thank you. Hello, Mr. McCurdy. My name is Tanis Fox. I'm a lawyer with Amigos Bravos for Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club in this proceeding. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I've handed you NMED Exhibit 199, which is a produced water consortium document entitled Guidance on Treated and Untreated Produced Water Sampling Procedure.
Yes, ma'am.
Dated May 15th, 2023. I believe you referred to this you have referred to this sampling procedure both yesterday and today in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And Chair Thompson just asked you a question about this procedure and the finality of it, I believe.
That is correct. And if I may make a slight clarification, while the NMED plus ingredients are listed in this sample procedure, I did not directly address the sample procedure. I was directing those comments toward the NPDES plus list.
And that NPDES plus list is part of the sampling procedure that you have before you, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
What is the purpose of this document?
So the purpose of this document is, as I mentioned yesterday, in order for the information gathered off of these sampling events to be relevant, that needs to be defensible data. Defensible data means that it needs to be done in accordance with NELAP accredited lab sampling and analytical procedures. This document is meant to ensure that process is followed. Certain analyses have specific requirements regarding preservation of the fluids, both from a additive standpoint, such as an acid to prevent things from coming out of solution, the addition of an acid to the sample, the color of the jar or the container that they're caught in, whether they need to be on ice, and then also specific hold times, meaning the analysis has to be run within that period or the data is invalid. This is what that document is meant to convey, that those procedures must be followed in order to gather these samples for analysis.
And how was this document developed?
So this document was developed through the consortium and it was developed through NMSU. I was not part of the team that put this document together.
That was my next question. So you've stated on a number of occasions that this document identifies some 400 analytes for testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you refer to the list as the NPDES plus list,
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
why is that the name that you refer? Why is the list identified in that manner?
Because there's a specific number of analytes that most NPDES permits require for a discharge. And I don't know the exact number. I believe it's somewhere in the upper 80s or lower 90 analytes. Because this is a list of over 400, you're taking that initial NPDES list and expanding it greatly.
And what was the rationale for the expansion?
Because of the concern about what could possibly be in produced water, and that there could be components in produced water that extended outside of those traditional 89 or 90 analytes.
Were those additions based, at least in some measure, on anticipated constituents from produced water in the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the sampling protocol require wet testing?
As far as I'm aware, it does not.
Would you take a look at page 21 of the NMED exhibit 199?
Yes.
Yes, it does require wet testing?
Yes, it does require wet testing. And for the record, can we say that means whole effluent toxicity?
Thank you. Okay, so you've identified NMOGA exhibits 75 through 127 as, quote, peer-reviewed and published papers detailing studies on treated produced water, distillate, or permeate, correct? End quote.
Yes, and I also specified that part of those exhibits were white papers, not necessarily peer-reviewed, such as the Groundwater Protection Council's white paper on produced water.
Correct. I took that, you said published papers, so maybe that falls within that.
All righty.
Maybe the Groundwater Council papers fall within that or not. I'm not sure.
So I'll agree with your statement.
But appreciate it. Okay, so not all the studies or articles are peer reviewed. That's established, correct?
That is correct.
For example, if you look at exhibits 108 to 112, those are 4 self-reported bench scale studies or pilot studies from individual companies, correct?
That is correct.
And a number of the articles report on bench scale laboratory or pilot projects, correct? Versus, treatment technologies that have been used at industrial scale, correct?
Yeah, I believe if I count them correctly, there's roughly 5 reports on bench scale pilots, and I believe a couple of those are additional final reports on those projects.
And some of the articles, for example, 81 and 82, those are reports on lab or pilot scale projects, correct?
Just a minute.
Sure.
Yes, that is correct, but I do believe they were also peer-reviewed papers. They were pilot scale projects, but they were peer-reviewed.
Correct. And not each of the 52 exhibits are reports on the efficacy of treating produced water outside the oil field, correct?
That is correct.
So, for example, there's 93, which is the draft white paper between EPA and NMED from 2018.
Yes.
100 on seismicity.
Yes.
102 on water volumes and waste management practices.
Yes.
104 on regulations.
Yes.
106 public meeting PowerPoint from EPA on guidelines.
Yes.
108, again, on waste management practices.
Yes.
116, the regulatory, talking about the regulatory framework for produced water.
Yes.
117, a data set for characterization.
Yes.
And
that characterization of produced water versus water of the Pecos River.
correct, yeah. From the famous NMED Exhibit 140. It's the data set for that, yes. And then Exhibit 119 on treating produced water for use in the oil field.
Yes, and that was evidently Exhibit 119 was just a duplicate of Exhibit 118, or at least in my drop file it was.
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
Yes, so Exhibit NMOGA 119 in my Dropbox was a duplicate of Exhibit 118.
Oh, here it's listed as treatment of produced water for use within the for hydraulic fracturing fluid.
That is correct.
Rodriguez, okay.
That's the notes I have for 118.
Okay.
Okay.
I have that as 119.
All righty.
Okay. 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 So about 10 exhibits are not related to the efficacy of treating or produced water outside the oil field, correct?
I believe that's a fair assessment.
Okay. So for the 40 or so studies that may or may not be peer reviewed, that report on the efficacy of treating produced water for use outside the oil field, did any of those reports or studies follow the sampling procedure recommended by the Produced Water Consortium that we just discussed?
I would have to assume, and I hate using that word, that they did not, since that sampling protocol did not exist when those peer-reviewed papers were published.
And aside from those pilot project reports, those 4, 5, so we discussed that are from companies in New Mexico that aren't peer reviewed, how many of the 40 or so studies were conducted in the Permian Basin, do you believe?
Probably out of those 40, perhaps 10 were in the Permian Basin. I know the 2 that we just referenced a while ago that I said that I believe they were peer reviewed. I believe both of those were Permian Basin waters.
Which were those?
That was now I've got to go back and remember what.
So I tell you, I can find only 3, 82, 119, and 120.
Dr. Biddick said is correct. And you do not believe 85 is one?
I would, why don't you tell me what you believe?
Well, 85.
Okay. Yeah, in addition to 82, 119, and 20, which others were conducted in the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
I'd have to go through this whole list and review that, and if you want to. But let's assume that it's just those 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me see if I get your testimony correct, and you can tell me if I don't. It's my understanding from your testimony yesterday that you believe that these studies demonstrate that treated produced water can be safely discharged to surface and groundwater in New Mexico. Is that correct, or is that an overstatement?
I believe that would be an overstatement. My personal belief is that yes, we can get to that status, but I do not have the data to back up that belief as of yet.
The research is more in the preliminary stage of being able to make that conclusion. The research that you provided.
I believe the perhaps some of the papers that I referenced in here would indicate that we were moving in that direction and we're in the preliminary stage. I do believe we're getting near the finish line now. We're down to, as I mentioned, that one, and granted, that was just a one mention of that one paper that we were down to 12 unknowns at the part per quadrillion range, which is very promising. But I would like to be able to say there were no unknowns in the water. And I think when, will it be a year from now? Will it be 2 years from now? I can't say, but I think we're getting near that point.
Okay. In your packet, I've given you a list of, or a number of the abstracts from these papers that I would love to read for the commission. But I see the chair shaking his head. And so, but I would, if I could, it's instead of going through that litany, I would commend to the commission to look at those abstracts at a minimum. And in particular, I mean, I just looked at a number last evening, 75, 78, 80, 83, 84, 89, 92, 105, 119. And they all kind of say, don't they, that this research is preliminary and we need additional research to determine the efficacy of treating produced water at scale.
If I could, I'd clarify two of those, and also keep in mind when those papers were published. Some of those papers were somewhat new, like in the last 4 or 5 years. Some of them were perhaps 10 years old.
Well, they are your papers.
Yes, they are. But still, I wasn't submitting them to say we're there. I was submitting them to offset the idea that there was no work being done in this area, is what I was trying to say.
Understood.
So, and in all fairness, and I'm not being glib, I've never met a researcher yet that doesn't say we need more research.
But you seem to agree with the researchers on this point.
I do believe that we need to continue research.
So would you say that the commissioners need to critically review each of your papers to discern their content and value for purposes of this proceeding?
So I would like for the commissioners to look at those papers with the mindset of, again, versus the argument that there is no work that has been done in this area, to state, no, there is ongoing work that has been going on for the last decade or so.
You reviewed the direct testimony of NMED witness expert Dr. Lee Hu, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with Dr. Hu's work?
Yes, Dr. Hu is part of the consortium, so I've seen him there on several occasions.
In his direct testimony, he discussed at some length treatment technologies for produced water, correct?
Yes.
On page 30 of his testimony, which I've provided for you in my little packet.
Can you just give me the exhibit number?
Pardon me?
Do you have the exhibit number, Dr. Who's?
Yes, it's, what is it, Andrew? 5? It's Dr. Who's exhibit. Direct 5. I don't have that. I do have the reference though, Mr. Wexler, that I'm going to refer to that I've given to you.
It is exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you mind telling me the page one more time? Sorry.
Page 30. He summarized, this is Mr. McCurdy, page 30 of his direct testimony, and refers to a report from the NMSU Civil Engineering Department, which is NMED Exhibit 139. And he says that the report concludes that while emerging technologies like high pressure reverse osmosis, membrane distillation, supercritical water desalination, or forward osmosis have the potential to significantly reduce costs, they're still in the development phase and not ready for full-scale implementation. To date, there is still a lack of robust data concerning the characterization of raw and treated produced water, treatment technologies, effluent quality, and the management of waste streams. And I take it from looking at the papers you submitted and from testimony today, you agree with Dr. Hughes' summary in that regard?
Yes, ma'am, I would agree with the summary. And as I said, many of the technologies that he mentions here, and I think I mentioned this earlier today, do not exist at scale today. They existed perhaps in a pilot scale process, but not in a larger scale, like a 10,000 barrel a day. They're just not there yet.
And remind me, I got lost in the numbers yesterday. Pilot scale, what quantities are we talking about?
So if I may ask the chairman, what was the, starts with a D, deliverable? Demonstration, thank you. Trying to, again, and I do agree that we need to get a definition down for each one of these. Bench scale would be something that's done in a laboratory, typically generally less than 1 barrel per day. Usually it's in the gallons per day type test. A pilot scale would be something larger, say up to 50 or 100 barrels per day that can be taken to the field. And then, demonstration would be another, say, order of magnitude above that, to where now we're up at 1,000 or 2,000 barrels per day. Because from that scale, we would feel confident that those economics would carry on to a larger version. There's only a few of those demonstration projects underway now. There are none of the full scale projects underway.
And so what you just told me was that it was these studies are at the bench or pilots level.
There are, well, obviously a lot of the papers that were presented in here, a lot of that was bench scale work. There are pilot opportunities, which that was some of the papers you referenced regarding the companies that had submitted stuff. And as I said, there's maybe 1 or 2 out there now that are in the demonstration project status, but there have not been any papers published about those.
So Dr. Who concludes on that same page, page 30 of NMED Exhibit 5, that quote, given the variability and unknowns, the department has determined that allowing the discharge of treated or untreated produced water into the environment is premature and cannot currently be done in a way that complies with the Water Quality Act, correct? That's what he says?
That is what he says. That is correct.
So I'm not going to ask you whether you agree with Dr. Who's conclusion, but given the current state of our knowledge, can you understand why Dr. Hugh, as someone who's charged with protecting public health and the environment for New Mexico, would conclude that discharge of treated and untreated produced water into the environment is premature and wouldn't comply with the Water Quality Act at this point in time?
And for the record, I'm not disagreeing with that statement, nor am I.
I should have asked you for your opinion.
You should have asked me. And nor am I asking the commission today to approve discharge. What I'm asking is to not place a ban on discharge. It would have to take time to repeal at a later date. We believe that their current regulations allow NMED to prevent any possible discharge under existing regulations. Therefore, a ban is not needed.
But you understand that if there isn't a prohibition on discharge, entities could apply for a discharge permit.
That is correct.
Yesterday, you referred to an article authored by Dr. Danforth.
Yes.
And others, NMED Exhibit 133, an integrated method for identification and prioritization of constituents of concern in produced water from onshore oil and gas extraction, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's the article that identified 1,198 potential constituents in produced water, correct?
That is correct.
You pointed out that the article is based on a literature review in which a particular constituent only had to be identified one time to be included in that list, correct?
That is correct.
And it's been pointed out that that article is not Permian Basin specific, correct?
That is correct.
So I've given you page 4 on that article and highlighted a section, and I'm going to paraphrase from that highlighted section on page 4. Based on the literature search, a total of 15,661 records were returned, with an additional 33 studies identified through review articles. These papers detailed chemical analysis for 173 sources of produced water by state and hydrocarbon development type, collected from 27 locations in North America, 24 states in the USA, 2 Canadian provinces, and 1 Mexican state. The majority of produced water reported in these studies was sourced from unconventional developments. Produced water collected from conventional developments and coal bed methane were represented more similarly. The source of produced water in these studies was predominantly from the Marcellus Basin in Pennsylvania, even though the majority of produced water volume is generated in areas such as Texas, California, and New Mexico. Is that paraphrasing fairly accurate?
Yes, it is. And to be clear, she's making 2 different statements there. One is that the majority of the constituents listed in this data came out of water from the Marcellus that was analyzed. The second statement isn't reflecting that these other areas provided constituents into this. She's just stating that the vast majority of produced water comes from these other areas.
So she notes that, this was this expansive literature search, right? And that even though a majority of the produced water comes from states like Texas, New Mexico, and California, that's not where the data comes from, correct?
That is correct.
So, and is that because most of the literature on characterization of produced water is from the Marcellus Basin and not from Texas, California, and New Mexico?
That is correct, because once the Marcellus play became a major unconventional play in the U.S., and by far the largest on a geographic basis, covering 3 states, it garnered a lot of attention, particularly from NGOs, which prompted a lot of papers, a lot of research into this water, how harmful could it be, and we saw just floods of peer-reviewed papers coming out of that area. And by we, I mean industry.
So what are the most respected or preeminent peer-reviewed articles on characterization of produced water in the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any that would rise to this level that Dr. Danforth and crew did in this paper.
Are you familiar with NMED Exhibit 140, which is entitled Characterization of Produced Water and Surrounding Surface Water in the Permian Basin? We've talked about 140 a lot.
Yes.
You are familiar with that?
I have seen this paper, yes.
Okay, and that was a study, and I've given you an excerpt from that paper as well.
You have.
And that was a study of produced water from 5 locations, which included 46 samples, correct?
Yes, and I apologize. I would have to run through my list, but I do believe this paper was one of my exhibits as well.
You had 117, you had the data set from it.
Oh, from it, but not the paper. Okay, thank you.
And then the study also included one sample or sample from one location from the Pecos River that collected 10 samples, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
So that's a pretty limited sample size across the entirety of the Permian Basin in New Mexico, correct?
That would be a correct statement, yes.
And looking at the part that I highlighted in the article on page 2, you could look at that. Yes. And then I'll ask you a question rather than read it for the commission. Did you read the highlighted portion?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So the conclusion there's sort of a discussion about the characterization in the Permian Basin. And the conclusion is thus comprehensive chemical characterization and risk assessment of produced water is necessary for potential treatment and beneficial use outside the oil and gas field in the Permian Basin. I take it based on what we've been discussing today and what you've been discussing throughout your testimony, you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that statement, yes.
Ms. Fox, we need a break soon. Would you identify a good stopping point?
We can now. I have a little bit to go, but
all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's take 15 minutes, come back at 10:50. Okay, we have the witness and his counsel. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. McCurdy, so back to Dr. Dan Force article,
yes,
which is NMED Exhibit 133. And I've given you an excerpt, a highlighted excerpt from that article from page 4. And she says, they say, the comprehensive literature search, a total of 1,198 unique chemicals, were identified as having been detected in produced water. Of these, 296 chemicals satisfied the additional criteria of being detected more than once and having associated concentration data. 122 chemicals had the further criteria of having at least 2 types of toxicity data. Do you see that?
I'm looking here. Okay, very good, because we were up here and now we're down here at the bottom. Yes, I do see that. Thank you.
So almost 300 of those chemicals were detected more than once and had concentration data, correct?
That is correct.
What does it mean to have concentration data?
Means that they had been analyzed and given a number, such as part per million or part per billion.
And over 120 of the chemicals had the additional criterion of having at least two types of toxicity data, correct?
That is correct.
And what does it mean to have toxicity data?
That means that through a search, they've seen that that particular chemical has shown up in a toxicity study at some point in time and has been given a value as to where it rates on the scale for toxicity.
Okay, you admitted as ABSC Exhibit 11 in your packet.
Oh.
I believe. Maybe I forgot that one. There it is.
Can you tell me, is it the EDF? Or can you tell me
Yes.
the 11? Okay.
Sorry, I tried to put those in order. So the ABSC Exhibit 11 is a December 9th, 2020 letter to the Environment Department from the Environmental Defense Fund, and the first signatory is Dr. Danforth.
That is correct.
And in that letter, Dr. Danforth and her colleagues identify 180 known produced water constituents that, one, have a standard approved analytical method currently available, two, do not currently have New Mexico numeric surface water quality standards, and three, have some toxicity data available. And there's a chart of those 180 constituents at the end of the letter.
I do see that, yes.
What does it mean to have a standard approved analytical method?
That means that through research, and in my understanding correctly, and through work done with an accredited NELAB lab, they have developed that, yes, we can detect this within a certain amount of surety to a certain standard for that product.
Do you have any reason to doubt the finding that there are 180 such constituents?
I have no reason to doubt that. I believe, as we've talked about during the testimony, that we do realize that there are many lacking analytical procedures for a lot of these products in a high salt matrix. And I believe that's what they're referring to now, is that there is not a approved procedure for a high salt matrix for these particular analytes.
And that there's no numeric surface water quality standard for those constituents in New Mexico.
I would believe that is correct, looking at the list.
Of these 180 potential produced water constituents, to your knowledge, has NMOGA done any analysis of which of these is likely to be present in the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
So now that I'm looking at the list, and forgive me, I have an old man's eyes, so they're quite a small print. I don't understand the point. There are numerous of these, and I'm looking on the last 2 pages, which there are known analytical procedures, and they do exist under guidelines for discharge, such as an example, fluoride, sodium, those exist.
Those exist in the New Mexico surface water quality standards?
Should be, yes.
Should, or you know they do?
I do not know that they do it, not because I do not have that in front of me.
Do you know, to your knowledge, has NMOGA done any analysis to determine whether of these 180 constituents, whether they are likely, which ones are likely to be in produced water from the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
No, I'm not aware of those studies.
And in this proceeding,
But
NMOGA,
would you allow me to clarify that a little bit? As far as official NMOGA analysis, no, I do not aware that exists. There are various members of NMOGA who are doing analytical work. I'm not saying that all of these 180 are being performed, but several of them are, such as the two I just mentioned.
thank you.
Okay.
And NMOGA hasn't proposed any standards for discharge for any of those 180 constituents in this proceeding, correct?
No, I do not believe NMOGA has proposed standards.
And do you understand that NMOGA can propose such standards in a rulemaking petition before the commission?
I would state that I'm not aware if that's a possibility or not.
In response to testimony from Mr. D'Antonio, Mr. Herman from NMED responded on page 10 of his rebuttal testimony. I'm not sure I provided that. I don't think I did. I'm just going to read it to you. Or if you'd like to find it, that's fine.
If you would like to expedite, you can read it.
Yeah, you can understand it, I think. Okay. It's on page 10 of his rebuttal testimony. He says, lastly, the department does not agree with Mr. D'Antonio's assertion that it should have included standards for discharge of produced water in the proposed regulations. The department has made every effort to obtain research, data, produce water samples, and other information in order to promulgate such standards, but has received almost nothing from industry proponents who are pushing for the discharge of treated produced water. Based on your personal knowledge, do you have any basis to disagree with that testimony from Mr. Herman that NMED has not received sufficient information from industry to promulgate such standards?
So the way that statement is made, I would agree with that statement. I would clarify it by saying industry was not aware that NMED was expecting us to provide them with that analytical data. It was our understanding that this would be done through the consortium. And NMED has had access to all the research data that the consortium has put together to date.
In your direct and rebuttal testimony, you discuss a number of examples in which states allow discharge of produced water, correct?
That is correct.
And
or have allowed.
Right. And those include Wyoming,
Yes.
Which you have acknowledged has produced water that's relatively low in TDS, and that's been used for agriculture and as a water source for
Yes.
livestock and wildlife.
Yes, ma'am.
And in Arkansas, where there's an NPDS permit issue, but that is no longer in effect, correct?
That is correct.
In Pennsylvania, where produced water, treated produced water has been discharged to a river, correct?
Yes, and that is ongoing.
California, that allows application of treated produced water for irrigation, but it can't include produced water that has been subject to hydraulic fracturing.
That is correct.
And there's one approved NPDS permit in Texas, correct?
That is correct for South Texas.
So in your testimony, you don't cite any peer-reviewed research that evaluates the human or environmental risks associated with those examples, do you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
In your direct testimony, you discuss the guidelines developed in Texas by the Texas Railroad Commission for, quote, small-scale applications of treated produced water for agricultural pilot projects, end quote, correct?
That is correct.
So I've handed out to you what's called the Produced Water Beneficial Reuse Framework for pilot study authorization by the Railroad Commission dated January 8th, 2024. Are these the guidelines that for pilot projects in Texas that you refer to?
Yes, they are.
Now, under those guidelines, the treated produced water used in small scale applications in Texas, quote, must not contact groundwater or surface water, correct?
That is correct.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I've marked ABSC Exhibit 15, which are excerpts from that guidance document with the pertinent language that I just cited that says that pilot projects must not contact groundwater or surface water.
All right, the commissioner and I have that.
Thank you. In your testimony, you don't cite to any published results from the Texas Produced Water Consortium on the efficacy of treatment and beneficial use of produced water, do you?
No, I do not.
In your direct and oral testimony, you discuss the work of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, correct?
That is correct.
And as a matter of fact, you are one of 4 industry representatives on that 33-person consortium, correct?
That is correct.
You acknowledge in your direct testimony that and you did yesterday, that the consortium's primary focus is to maximize the reuse of produced water in oil and gas operations, correct?
That is correct.
And you cite to the legislation that enabled and enacted that consortium in 2023, correct?
That is correct.
And is that House Bill 23-1242?
I will take your word for it. I do not recall off the top.
Well, you can also look in the packet.
All right.
And
that would be 23.
That would be AB Exhibit 16. Entitled House Bill 23-1242. Is that the piece of Colorado legislation that established the Colorado Produced Water Consortium?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with this bill?
Not in its entirety, but yes.
But you're familiar with it?
I'm familiar with
generally?
it. Yes.
Thank you. There's a legislative finding on page 2 that, quote, one way to conserve water is by increasing the recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations, correct?
That is correct.
And on that same page, the bill requires the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to adopt new rules, quote, to require a rapid and substantial reduction of the use of fresh water and the increase in recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations, correct?
Correct.
And so, you know, as you've testified to, the emphasis right now in Colorado is on conservation of freshwater resources in oil and gas operations and reuse of produced water within the oil field, not reuse outside the oil field, correct?
That is correct. And if I can make one clarification, Colorado has 4 basic production basins. The Piceance Basin over on the western side of California has been doing reuse for a number of years. So that's really not what's being addressed by this. It's now the predominant developmental area is the DJ Basin, which is roughly runs northeast from Denver. And that's where it's mostly using freshwater.
Are you aware that the state Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department wanted legislation to be proposed for the 2024 legislative session that happened early this year to limit the use of fresh water in oil and gas operations within the oil field? And industry opposed those limitations?
Objection relevance. I'm not sure why it matters what the department wanted. Nothing's ever adopted in the legislature. It has no tendency to disprove a fact at issue.
Ms. Fox?
There has been a lot of testimony and public comment in this proceeding about the lengths to which the industry has gone to conserve fresh water. And so I think it is relevant to all that testimony that in fact maybe industries, maybe those representations are somewhat exaggerated.
All right, overruled, if you know.
So let me start out by saying I'm not a government affairs specialist. That's not my area of expertise. So the reason that I would believe that industry would push back on that the current regulations within the state of Colorado do not allow for substantial volumes of reuse, particularly in the Denver-Julesburg Basin, the DJ Basin. Therefore, if you said you must stop using fresh water immediately, then you shut down operations until a time that these regulations could be adjusted. Industry was in favor of the consortium's approach, which would be a detailed look at what needed to be done to allow, industry is in favor of reducing freshwater use and increasing produced water use, but we simply cannot do it under the existing regulations.
Are you aware of industry's opposition, however, to legislation that would have statutorily placed certain limits on the use of fresh water in the oil field?
For the way they were originally written, which would have had to been done without another avenue to provide produced water in to replace that fresh water, then industry would have been opposed to that.
Is that a hypothetical situation, or are you talking about the actual proposal put forth by the state agency?
That would be, I have not read that proposal from that state agency, to be fair.
So that's a hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
So yesterday, I believe you testified that the Colorado consortium is behind New Mexico or something to that effect, the New Mexico consortium. But perhaps Colorado simply has a different paradigm or framework than New Mexico, and that is to first maximize conservation of fresh water by oil and gas and maximize reuse of produced water within the oil field prior to reuse outside the oil field because of the potential environmental and human health benefits.
So to be fair, ma'am, that is actually being behind. If we look back as far as 10 years ago, the predominant water used in the Permian Basin for completions was fresh water. So industry has moved during that period to an area to where predominantly we're using produced water for completions. We haven't eliminated fresh water. New Mexico almost has. I believe the last number I saw was only completions only contain 3% fresh water on average. Texas is not meeting that match just because of water ownership regulations in Texas and mandated sales of fresh water. Different story. Colorado, when I say they're behind, is because they have not moved to that stage yet to where they've allowed the industry to move to that sort of reuse. I'll point again to the fact that there are regulations on the book that restrict the ability to reuse produced water in the DJ Basin.
And when you use the term fresh water, are you referring to water that's less than 1,000 milligrams per liter TDS?
That is generally the definition I use, yes.
And you're probably aware then that the definition for fresh water in New Mexico under the Oil Conservation Commission's regulations is 10,000 milligrams per liter TDS, correct?
I was not aware of that. Most people consider that 1 to 10 being a brackish water.
Now, the Colorado Consortium is made up of representatives from state and federal agencies, research institutions, state institutions of higher education, affected and interested non-governmental organizations, local governments, affected industries, environmental justice organizations, and disproportionately impact community members, correct?
That is correct.
And you identified that industry has 4 seats of in the 33 seats of the commission, correct?
Industry actually has 8 seats. There are 1 seat each for a industry representative from one of the 4 basins. And then there are 4 additional seats, which are not necessarily industry, but there are people that were identified as having expertise and experience in produced water. That is one of the seats I hold.
That's not an industry seat per se, though.
It doesn't have to be. It could be a consultant that works with produced water, for example.
Now, the company you work for, Select Water Solutions, is a member of the New Mexico Consortium, correct?
That is correct.
And you are their representative at the consortium, correct?
That is correct.
So if you will look at what was marked ABSC Exhibit 17, which is a response from the New Mexico State University to an inspection of public records request that I sent asking for a membership list of the consortium.
Yes.
And if you will look on page 3 of that document, which is entitled NMPR PWRC memberships 7/24/24.
Yes.
Does this look like a fairly accurate list of consortium members from New Mexico?
I am going to assume it does. Many of these, yes, I am aware because they actively participate in the working group. Some of the names I do not recognize anybody that actually actively participates, but I'm not going to question that they're not a member.
Do you think the list is fairly accurate?
Yes, I do believe that.
And so the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium is predominantly made up of industry representatives, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be a fair statement.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. McCurdy. I move for admission of ABSC exhibits 15, 16, and 17.
I'll pause for the moment in the event there are objections.
Madam Hearing Office.
Commissioner Branker.
We had a lot of discussion about the what is excerpted in Exhibit 15. I'm wondering if it would be better if we had the entire document made an exhibit. It's 26 pages, so it's not like it's voluminous.
All right, Ms. Fox, would you be willing to provide that?
I'd be glad to. I was just trying to limit the numbers of pages for the commission, but I'd be glad to put the entire document into evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So I have no objection to 15 if the rule of completeness is followed. Exhibit 16, I wasn't clear if this was an act that had actually been passed or not. I'm not sure.
It's signed by the governor.
This version is signed. So then we have no objection to 16. 17, I mean, the witness was marginally familiar with the company list. I think he said probably accurate.
Fairly was the question.
And then there's a couple other pages here. I mean, page 1 and 2. I don't know what the relevance of any of that is. But we'll object to Exhibit 17 as unreliable.
Ms. Fox.
Well, Mr. McCurdy did testify that it was a fairly accurate list of consortium members, and you can see by the email exchange that that list, I think, was specifically updated for my request, which was kind of them to do. It's dated July 24th, 2024. Would have gotten a list from the consortium website. Mr. Hightower testified that a list of members is on that website, but I don't think that that is accurate. So I could not get a list, from the website. So this is the best I could do.
Yeah, I would say the email correspondence is a good indicia of its reliability, and I know that it's dated within the last 2 weeks.
No real way of testing who these people are or what. I mean, it's an email from someone who's not testifying.
I understand. I still think it looks reliable. So ABSC 15, 16, and 17 are admitted, and Ms. Fox will provide the entirety of Exhibit 15.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, thank you.
Mr. Knight, do you have questions of Mr. McCurdy?
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Mr. McCurdy, I believe you stated in your testimony that the New Mexico Environment Department could simply deny an application for a discharge permit for the discharge of treated produced water, for instance, if we were to conclude that the the discharge would not be protected ground or surface water. Is that correct?
That is, yes, that's what I testified.
Do you recall Mr. Jason Herman's testimony on the first couple days of this hearing regarding the process for denying permits under the Water Quality Act and this commission's regulations?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the language in the New Mexico Water Quality Act, which was filed as New Mexico Environment Department Exhibit 17? Language in our Water Quality Act regarding discharge permits?
No, sir.
You know, believe this commission is fairly familiar with that, but I will provide the site of that. And again, it is New Mexico Environment Department Exhibit 17. And again, to save time, I'm referring to New Mexico Statutes Annotated 7465E, and that is a part of the Water Quality Act that states the conditions under which the department could deny a discharge permit. And would you be able to bring that up, Mr. Wexler? Either, you know, New Mexico Environment Department Exhibit 17.
All right. And could you cite the location again, please?
I'm sorry.
Could you cite the location again, please, that you were referencing?
Yeah, that is NMSA 7465E.
E. Okay. I have that up, sir.
Could you read the text right after the letter E?
It reads, the constituent agency shall deny any application for a permit or deny the certification of a federal water quality permit if, one, the effluent would not meet applicable state or federal effluent regulations, standards, performance, or limitations. Two, any provision of the Water Quality Act would be violated. Three, the discharge would cause or contribute to water contaminant levels in excess of any state or federal standard. Determination of the discharge's effect on groundwater shall be measured at any place of withdrawal of water for present or reasonable foreseeable future use. Determination of the discharge effect on surface water shall be measured at the point of discharge or...
That's fine. I think so those first three items, I think are the only ones relevant here. Again, presuming the applicant is not a convicted felon or has been involved in a crime of moral turpitude. But my question is, let's see, let's go back to my question. Are there constituents in produced water beyond those that you presented in your testimony yesterday morning?
Beyond the 400 plus list that I identified? To the best of my knowledge, that is the extent of the list that we have available of what could possibly be in produced water now.
Would you agree, based on your testimony, that there are constituents of concern in produced water from the Permian that are not listed in federal or state effluent limits?
Yes, I would agree to that.
And are there toxicological studies that you are aware of to indicate that at least some of these constituents may cause harm to human health or the environment?
There are studies underway, and I do believe some exist for some of those compounds, yes.
So, given that there are constituents in produced water from the Permian specifically that pose harm but are not currently regulated, the conditions for denial that you read under subsection E of the Water Quality Act would not be applicable. And would you agree with that statement?
Object, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Sure. Okay. But let me ask the question this way. Would you agree that it is certainly possible that the department would not have a legal basis under the water quality to deny an application for a discharge permit for produced water, and that we would in effect be legally forced to issue a permit for something we knew was not protected?
Same objection.
Right. So, Mr. McCurdy, I understand you're not a lawyer. However, you are someone to whom regulations like these apply or that you are advising clients about. So if you can answer the question again, understanding you're not a lawyer, please go ahead.
So yes, what I believe you're asking me is we have a known list of state and federal standards for discharge that contain a given number of constituents. I believe earlier I said for discharge, it's likely somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 constituents. But we're testing for 400 plus constituents in produced water. And your concern is there could be one of those constituents outside of the known list, and you would have no way of preventing that permit because perhaps the known list was met.
Correct.
Right. So if you're asking me if I would agree that we would need to expand criteria to include those other ones, I would say yet it's likely a possibility if they were known to be found in the treated produced water.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's talk about the pilot projects. Again, does the rule as proposed by the department, in your opinion, does that proposed rule provide for opportunity to conduct pilot projects without impacting ground or surface waters?
They do. They allow for us to go in and do what we refer to as a closed loop pilot, where we do whatever technology is needed, yet we grab samples on the downstream side of that technology for analysis, then recombine those waters back together and dispose of them via conventional means for produced water. So that does exist.
In your testimony, you discussed how methods to produce hydrogen from treated so-called ultra pure, or as you described it, ultra pure water. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as we've heard, isn't the predominant volume of produced water that's being discussed for potential reuse originating from unconventional wells in the southeastern part of New Mexico?
That is also correct.
To your knowledge, has industry identified a complete treatment train for Permian Basin produced water that would result in so-called ultra pure water?
So, as I mentioned in my testimony, in the little diagram I had where we had reverse osmosis as the first piece for an ultra pure process, we have identified a treatment train that would get Permian Basin produced water to the quality that you would expect out of a reverse osmosis unit. Therefore, and this is maybe me talking, as I stated earlier, this has not been done yet. that water could then be processed through electrodeionization and get to the ultra pure status.
So do you have raw and treated produced water lab analysis that conforms with the produced water consortium guidelines to back any of this up?
Yes, the consortium has done testing on highly treated and polished produced water that demonstrates that the quality of water coming off of that treatment train would be acceptable to go into this process.
And does that lab analysis conform with the produced water consortium's guidelines of NPDS plus list, so-called wet testing and non-targeted analysis?
So it does. Everything has been run through that NPDS plus list. I will qualify this, but I'm not aware if wet testing has been done, because it wasn't the application I'm talking about would not be discharged to the surface water.
To your knowledge, has any oil and gas entity or produced water recycling facility ever provided a complete characterization of raw produced water from the Permian Basin in order to determine the efficacy of a treatment train?
So everything, as I said earlier, that data has been generated. The pilot studies being done. The New Mexico Consortium has been invited to sample those. One of the issues that industry always has is if we go out and do all that data gathering and pay for that analysis, then generally people believe it's biased. Therefore, we prefer a third party handle that. And so most of the work to date's been done predominantly through the New Mexico Consortium. The Texas Consortium just recently this year started doing some of that analytical work. Historically to date, most of it's been done through the New Mexico Consortium.
But that, as we sit here today, that data has not been provided to the New Mexico Environment Department. Is that correct?
If you're saying it hasn't, I have no way to dispute that. I know what data I've seen through the consortium, of which NMED has several representatives on the working groups as well.
Has any entity provided a complete analysis of a treatment train for the entire treatment process and the efficacy at each step, from raw produced water characterization to the end product being deionized water?
I am aware of the one that I just mentioned. Most recently, the one that was sampled and went through a pre-treatment distillation step and then a robust polishing process on the end. Other ones, I'm not aware if they went to the full train process yet. Some had pre-treatment on the front, some had distillation. They may have not have had piloting or polishing on the end, excuse me. Polishing on the end usually involves removing volatile organic compounds that made it through the distillation along with the water vapor. And that analysis was provided to indicate that those, for example, ammonia made it through, but they never went ahead with the second step to show that they could remove ammonia.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again?
So that during that testing process, they tested through the distillation phase and gathered data for that. But for that particular treatment train, they did not have a polishing step on the final end, therefore, and they never ran that test.
And I understand that NMOCA opposes the prohibition on discharges in the proposed rule, but isn't it true that the proposed rule would allow research and pilot projects to continue in New Mexico as they have been?
That is my understanding, yes.
And I think you testified that the Texas Railroad Commission requires a costly and resource-intensive full analytical characterization for all of the constituents that are listed in the Railroad Commission's document titled Produced Water Beneficial Reuse Framework for Pilot Study Authorization. That document is NMED Exhibit 187. I believe you testified that the Railroad Commission requires that complete analytical characterization just to apply for a permit to conduct a pilot project. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Does the proposed rule, as proposed by the department, does it require this initial testing prior to conducting a pilot project?
To be honest, I'm not aware if it does or not.
And again, I understand you're testifying today as a witness for NMOGA, but if you know, could you tell me whether Select Water has applied for a pilot project under the Texas Railroad Commission's process?
Yes, sir, we have.
And
let me clarify that Select Water has not applied. As I mentioned, I believe yesterday in testimony, the way the Railroad Commission's process is set up, they prefer that the landowner make the application. In the project that we are focused on, the landowner happens to be the operator we are working at, so that operator has applied for that permit.
Thank you for that. Has Select Water applied for conducting any pilot projects in New Mexico?
Not yet. We're working through some technology issues and we're waiting to have something that's ready to come to the field.
You stated that the Railroad Commission granted their first authorization 1 year ago. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. It was in the summer of last year.
And only one other authorized project has been carried out under the Railroad Commission. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding as well.
But just to apply for one of these pilot projects, there's an application fee of $15,000. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
And how much would it cost for an interested party to submit a notice of intent for a pilot project in New Mexico?
I'm not aware of that cost.
Do you know if New Mexico has again, under the proposed rule, and you have reviewed the proposed rule, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any limit on the size, duration, or volume for pilot projects in the proposed rule?
No, sir.
So would it be plausible to argue that the NOI process in our proposed rule promotes research in New Mexico as opposed to in Texas, because there aren't these costly application requirements for analysis or restrictions on size and duration of projects?
From that standpoint, the way you word that correctly, the one difference being is Texas is allowing for ground application to where we can do crop studies, range grass studies and things of that nature. Whereas under the existing rule, the way it's written now, we would not be able to do that in New Mexico.
What activities exactly does the Texas Railroad Commission authorization cover? Yeah, go ahead.
Strictly land applications, small scale, typically less than 5 acres or 5 acres or less land application.
So it is for a land application of treated produced water. Is that right?
That is correct. And there are requirements for barriers to prevent runoff from moving to surface water.
Does the Railroad Commission authorization take into account potential discharges to groundwater?
Yes, that is, you are not allowed to discharge groundwater. As I just said, you have to provide a plot showing elevation changes on the low end side of the 5 acres. You have to make arrangements to berm that area to where in the event of rainfall, that treated produced water, should it be being applied at the time, and not make its way off the side.
Is the Railroad Commission authorization the same as a Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit for discharge to surface water?
No, sir.
Does the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, isn't that the entity that issues the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit?
Yes, sir, you are correct.
So in reality, there are two regulatory agencies for produced water discharges in Texas, the Railroad Commission and TCEQ. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it is, I believe I stated yesterday, I believe that is a current understanding between the two regulatory bodies. And that could possibly change in the future if we move to larger scale. If these pilot projects showed, well, it looks like this can be done safely and without any harm. Now we're going to go irrigate a section of land. I'm not for sure that TCEQ wouldn't come back in and say, now you're getting into a volume that we need to regulate.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to, let's talk about data. You were discussing a data portal in your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What data is currently on the data portal that you have been discussing?
Do you mind if I refresh myself right quick?
Please.
And the reason I'm pausing is are you referring to the consortium's data portal or the state's data portal?
I believe the one you were discussing, I believe, was the consortium's data portal.
And as I'm aware of that. I just didn't remember discussing that in my testimony. Was that in my direct or rebuttal?
I believe it was an answer to some other cross-examination question.
All right, so I am aware of the data portal. Typically what that is, it is not that comprehensive list. It's asking for generic characterization from water across the state of New Mexico so that we have an idea of which water may be more suitable to desalinization. Typically lower TDS water, you can desalinate much more or much less expensively than you can a higher TDS, and you can get a better recovery. So that's the purpose of that data portal, to start pulling in water analysis from different areas. It's designed to where you can designate that water as to how comprehensive that analysis is. Also, it's designed to where you can designate whether or not it was gathered through defensible methods or if it was gathered through just a typical oil field water analysis method.
To your knowledge, is all the data on the water portal available to the public?
I believe it's supposed to be available to the public. Yes, I do.
Mr. Knight,
yes.
One of the commissioners noticed that the Texas document was already identified as NMED Exhibit 187. In case that helps.
Okay. Yes. Well, aren't there, let's see, aren't you aware that there are tiers of data on and that only tiers 1 and 2 are available to the public and tiers 3 and 4 are not?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
Okay. And I guess I think your testimony, if I'm correct, was that you felt that the data should be available to the public. Is that your testimony?
Yes, I do not believe there should not be an issue with transparency of this process. That when we start hiding data, then the public doesn't trust what we're doing. So we are to make that data available. Now, keep in mind the data that's going into that water data portal, excuse me for being redundant, that is all raw produced water. None of the data going in there is the data from the various treatment train processes.
Do you know how many pilot projects or demonstration projects or bench scale projects have been conducted in New Mexico?
Through the consortium or outside of the consortium? Outside of the consortium, I have no idea.
Okay, but within the consortium.
Within the consortium, I remember the number correctly, and I probably have it wrong. I think we're in excess of 20.
And do you know how many of these projects have been completed?
I believe roughly, I don't know that, well, there's samples that have been gathered recently on at least one or two. So I think most of the rest of them have been completed or in the near final report stage.
But you don't seem to know for sure. Is that right?
I know several of them have been completed and final reports available, and those are, I do believe, on the consortium's website. I'm unsure of how many have not had final reports written or where we're at in the process on analysis and reports for the last couple.
Is the progress of these projects discussed during the monthly consortium meetings?
Yes, they are.
Let's see. Have you had the opportunity to read New Mexico Environment Department's direct and rebuttal testimony regarding the pilot projects being conducted in New Mexico?
Yes, sir, I believe I have.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the number of projects or the status of projects as described in our direct and rebuttal testimony?
As testified, I believe that I felt like the number of projects were underestimated or undercounted. There seems to be a consensus that there's not significant data or not a fair amount of data out there. And perhaps there's not any that's been published, but as I stated earlier, the members that work on the working groups see the same amount of data that the rest of us do.
Of the completed projects that you're aware of, where is the data for these completed projects?
That data can be found on the website.
And again, some of that is publicly available and some is not.
That is correct. There is a public window into the, and I believe for it to go on the public database, if I remember the process correctly, not only is it completed, but it has to be reviewed by the consortium members and then agreed to put out on the public site. Otherwise, that's still under review, that's in process, that is in the members only portion of the site.
So you mentioned the guidance for the consortium, correct? That includes sampling for constituents under NPDES plus list, wet testing, and non-targeted analysis, correct?
That is correct.
The guidance states that raw produced water, treatment methodologies, and treated effluent quality would be analyzed and provided to NMED, correct?
That is correct, with the exception of treatment methodology wouldn't necessarily be analyzed. You would just explain or diagram out how the treatment train was going to operate. The other two instances, both raw and treated water, yes.
And if you know, or to the extent you know, how many samples of raw produced water do you know of that have been analyzed according to those guidelines you have testified to?
To be honest with you, I don't know what that exact number is.
Do you know how many treated produced water samples have been analyzed? Withdraw that question. Why are there, well, first of all, is it your opinion that the analysis that's been conducted to date has been sufficient to base a regulatory standard off of?
With the one exception of I really would like to see us close this loop on these unknown unknowns.
And do you have any basis to say that the sampling and analysis that's been performed so far is representative of the entire Permian Basin?
Most of the work, well, as I've stated earlier, obviously the Permian Basin has numerous producing zones in it, correct? But the vast majority of focus these days are on these unconventional reservoirs, both in the Midland and Delaware basins. So the vast majority of the work's being done on predominantly what is the Wolfberry and the Wolfcamp benches. So that's predominantly what's being looked at right now. But then again, most of the other zones, particularly conventional production, that water is typically either used for enhanced oil recovery So not necessarily going to disposal. So it's the water that we are looking at today is the water that's currently going to disposal. And I hope that didn't sound like a circular answer.
No, I think that's fine. Let's see. I believe in your testimony, you mentioned that, or you asserted that the department had failed to evaluate data from the Zhang paper you were referring to.
Yes.
And you're aware that NMED actually has provided two papers identified as NMED exhibits 126 and 140.
Okay.
Were you not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to see if I could understand which of those two papers you were referring to when you made that statement.
Can we pull those up?
What number are you asking him about?
When he made the statement that he stated his belief that the department had, I believe his statement was that the department had failed to evaluate the data from Zhang's paper. I'm wondering which of those two papers he was referring to in that statement.
So what was that last one you just pulled up? Because I believe the last one was one that dealt with non-targeted analysis.
This is a J.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate it.
Was the other one?
What department exhibit numbers are you referring to?
126 and 140.
It wasn't that one. To be honest with you, sir, I don't remember criticizing the department on either one of those papers. I'm not saying that I didn't, but I do not remember that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's talk about let's talk about Zhang's paper on the one on characterization of produced water and surrounding surface water in the Permian Basin.
Yes, sir.
And do you have that?
It's pulled up in front of me. Yes.
You are aware that this paper also allows for access to the supplemental data via a link within the paper itself. Is that right? I'm not asking you to go there. I'm just asking if you're aware that there is a link within that paper that allows you to access the supplemental.
No,
data.
sir, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But let's see. You would agree with me. You would agree with me that the Delaware Basin is within the Permian Basin, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree that in this paper, approximately 46 samples were analyzed.
That's what it appears to show. Yes.
And of those 46 samples, approximately 36 are in the Delaware Basin.
Yes, sir.
So these would be the samples most representative of the raw produced water that we are considering for this rulemaking. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Would you be surprised to know that those 36 samples were not all analyzed for the same constituents?
No, I would not be surprised to know that.
Okay, so But the, would you, knowing that, would you still say that these samples are representative of produced water in the entire basin? Based, could I clarify by saying based on the parameters that were sampled? Yes. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Wexler, do you have any follow-up?
Very briefly, because we have to get Ms. McCurdy on the airplane. Let me ask you first, Mr. McCurdy. Yesterday, you were asked by the letters of about the letters of authorization for the Railroad Commission. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And for most part, you were comfortable with those requirements as part of a New Mexico requirement. Is that right?
That is correct.
We also heard discussion of the different levels of projects, bench scale, pilot, demonstration. You recall that discussion?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think that the requirements from the Railroad Commission should apply to bench scale projects?
No.
Why is that?
Because bench scale projects are inherently typically performed in a lab in a controlled environment. There's no discharge to the environment whatsoever. Everything's conducted in a lab. Samples are disposed of properly once they're done with. There should be no concern outside of the lab environment as to what's occurring with those bench scale projects. Those projects are designed to outline a treatment process to move it to the next stage to a pilot project.
You were asked earlier today about Dr. Hu's suggestion that discharge permits should not be allowed yet for full-scale developments. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you understand that discussion to be about full-scale projects?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree that discharge permits are still needed for pilot projects and that sort of thing?
So if it's a small scale pilot project, much is the same as what Texas is proposing, I would assume is what I just answered a while ago, a similar framework there. So you would still need some sort of permit or authorization to do that.
So you'd still need that discharge permit
Yes.
for those kinds of projects. And you'd therefore need that kind of discharge permit for the research to go forward and our understanding to be advanced.
That is correct.
In the interest of time, Mr. McCurdy, to get you on your flight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any reason not to excuse Mr. McCurdy?
I just want to be able to admit his exhibit. So we have McCurdy Exhibit 4, that's his direct. Exhibit 7, that's his resume. Exhibit 11, that's his rebuttal. And Exhibit 75 through 127 are the exhibits that he discusses in his rebuttal.
All right. Ms. Fox, do I see you approaching to make an objection? No. Okay.
See me approaching.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure, I just sent to council, uploaded to the hearing Dropbox.
We need you in a microphone.
Madam Hearing Officer, members of the commission, I just uploaded to the hearing Dropbox and emailed to council ABSC Exhibit 15.
Yes.
Rev, and I just wanted to make sure that's admitted. Maybe it was previously.
I did.
Okay.
I did. All right. Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you, Mr. McCurdy. I just wanted to renew my request to admit exhibits, new energy economy exhibits 19 through
19 and 20 and 22 through 33. Let me address this proffer first. Hold on just a sec.
I thought that was already.
Nope.
Sorry.
All right, I have paused for a moment to see if there are objections to NMOGA exhibits 4, 7, 11, 75 through 127. Okay, those are admitted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. McCurdy, for your testimony.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the commission for allowing me the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting there. Now I'd like to move new energy economy exhibits 19 through 33, and I know that 21 has already been admitted.
Alrighty, so NEE 19 and 20 and 22 through 33. I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections.
I would just ask that we have an opportunity to look at those over lunch because I'm not familiar with how to apply.
Okay, so we'll take this up right after the 1 o'clock public comment period. Great. So we have actually reached the lunch hour. Let's come back at 1 for public comment, and we do have several names of folks signed up. Thank you. Let's come back from the lunch break, please. Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in WQCC 23-84. We are on the 10th day of hearing and the 20th opportunity for public comment, the 1 o'clock session. I have just a few names here. I will also make a check to see if anyone has arrived without setting up a schedule in advance. So the first name I have here is Philip Archuleta. All right, if you would go to the microphone on that side of the table, please. And there are just a few things, as you'll see when I go through this with Mr. Archuleta. I will ask you to spell your first and last name. I will ask you to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth because the commission rules require that I do that. And then I will be running my stopwatch to see that your comment is within 3 minutes. And if you have more to say than can be put into 3 minutes, or if you have spoken in this hearing already, including the week we had in May, I will ask you to put the rest of your comment in writing and share it with Pam Jones. It becomes a record as though you spoke it. So, Mr. Archuleta, will you spell your first and last name?
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Philip Archuleta. That's spelled Phillip. Last name Archuleta, Archuleta.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'll start your time.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Philip Archuleta. I am speaking here today in support of water reuse for New Mexico, also in support of the oil and gas industry. My background is I am a military veteran, and I do have some background in oil field safety. I was spending time down in the Permian Basin, seeing vehicles come up and down throughout that highway, and some of my beliefs in with this reuse, it could bring down the usage for so much of those water trucks on the 285 out there. Basically a midstream plant out there instead of injecting this water back into aquifers and storage areas out there where we got to worry about contamination. If there could be a desalination or reverse osmosis plant out there, it could create a new point to help these trucks not traveling so much back and forth throughout the area. With this, it also opens up an opportunity for more jobs in New Mexico and can help with, how do I say this? It can basically create new technology usage throughout the state. For me, I personally believe that with all this water that we have to inject back in the ground with the chemicals, we could take that, help out the community by cleaning it up, don't have to worry about these aquifers leaking, contaminating, and now have a safe storage area for it. It's my belief that it could help us not having to waste all the water that we have here in New Mexico, which is short in supply already. Other than that, that's really all I have to say on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Randy Chulik. Okay. Mr. Chulik? You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Mute.
Ah, there we go. Can you hear me? I heard one word and then you went mute again. Can you unmute yourself again, please? So, Mr. Chulik, the last time this happened, the person not able to unmute himself exited the platform and came back in. Let me suggest that to you. And Pam, if you would just readmit him promptly. All right. Joseph Sanchez. All right, let's see if Joseph Sanchez can unmute.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Mr. Sanchez, would you spell your first and last name, please?
Josephanch. Easy.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
All right. So, my name is Joseph Sanchez. My family has lived here for generations and generations, and I feel a deep connection to this land that we live in and those that live in it. So, when I hear that our government here in New Mexico is debating whether to allow the oil industry to dump toxic water waste onto our communities, that they are claiming this water will be clean and safe without specifying exactly how this will be done. Like, are you joking? I understand that you may be seeing dollar signs and thinking that this is the right move for our economy here in New Mexico, but how twisted is that? You see dollar signs about the prospect of poisoning our communities, allowing for toxic water to be dumped on our communities, is not exactly looking out for New Mexicans. It isn't doing what's best for the people, so why are we even considering this as a possibility? There needs to be concrete standards in place to protect the health and environment of our communities and workers, and you must demonstrate these standards. You can't just tell us, don't worry, it's safe. If it is safe, then prove it. Demonstrate and specify these standards. Now, I want to see the good in people. I don't want to assume the worst. I would like to think that you do care about New Mexicans, that you do what's right for our communities, that you have the best interests at heart. So prove me right, please. Please adopt an alternative rule instead that prohibits discharge and reuse off the oil field. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Chulik, are you able to unmute yourself now? Mr. Chulik? Oh, is that you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. Yes, thank
Can you
you
hear
so
me?
much. Yes, thank you so much for hanging in there. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, my name is Randy Chulik. My first name is Randy. My last name is Hulick.
Thank
I
you.
live
Do you
in
swear
Silver
or
City.
affirm? Hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. If the Water Quality Control Commission and the oil and gas industry intend to pursue the use of produced water for public consumption, then I ask the NMED to adopt and implement the procedures laid out by New Energy Economy in its petition to withdraw the proposed wastewater reuse rule WQCC 2384 in the following order. Number 1, WQCC shall adopt standards specific to treated produced water based on toxicity assessments before any discharge of treated wastewater is permitted. Such standards will be consistent with and comprise subsection D of 20.6.8.400 NMAC, clarifying what is meant by quote unquote an appropriate level of treatment. Number 2, until treated produced water can be proven to be safe according to scientific standards for reuse in the environment, all pilot projects and demonstration projects utilizing produced water will be confined to industry sites, e.g. oil and gas fields. Off-site oil gas field pilot demonstration projects will not be permitted. Number 3, authorization for reuse of treated produced water in demonstration and pilot projects involving agricultural applications, commercial applications, food crop applications, irrigation applications, livestock applications will be prohibited until standards specific to treated produced water are adopted that show industrial wastewater is safe for reuse. In closing, any research required to establish standards and for purposes of toxicity assessments can be conducted in scientific labs and on oil fields rather than in demonstration and pilot projects. Just as existing drinking water quality standards cannot be measured by what is produced and discharged as waste, fracking waste streams cannot be measured by existing water quality standards. Using one set of standards to measure the other is like using the ACT, the college entrance exam taken by high school graduates to evaluate the progress and aptitude of 12-year-olds entering middle school. It is not practical and should not be done. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Julik. Is there anyone
Appreciate
in the
it.
room who has appeared in order to offer public comment at this session? There will be at least 1 or 2 more opportunities to offer public comment next week. Probably on Tuesday. We're going to be talking about that after this comment session. Anyone else? Yes, come up to the table, please. Hello, would you state and spell your name?
Yes, my name is Joshua Neal, and it's spelled Joshua. My last name is N as in Nancy, E-A-L.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Joshua Neal. I am a civil engineer from Albuquerque, and I have come here to talk about the current policies regarding produced water and its reuse. So as a civil engineer, I work very closely with local agencies to ensure that produced water or water quality standards or pollution prevention standards are met all across this state. And so I'm very familiar with those. As a moderate myself, my request of the board is that you take a very balanced approach to regulation and protection of our environment and of the natural gas agencies. It should be no surprise to anyone on the board or in this room that natural gas is a huge part of our economy here in New Mexico, and many people around our state, including thousands and thousands of families, rely on the revenues from oil and gas to feed their families and pay their taxes. And I'm confident that we can reassure these families that we will not destroy their livelihoods to protect the environment. As a civil engineer, one of my biggest concerns is drought preparedness. And I can say with certainty that New Mexico is not prepared for a major mega drought. Cities all across the world have something called a D-Day, which is the last day that they run out of water. Cape Town, South Africa was a very famous example several years ago where they were facing severe water drought and did not have enough water to provide their citizens with drinking water, let alone water for other everyday use. New Mexico, being a very arid environment, needs to have measures in place to ensure that when we face major situations of drought, that we're prepared to respond accordingly. I believe that industries historically have led the way in technological innovation and have allowed government agencies to follow suit and use the technological innovations that they've created to help the people. One such example may be rehabilitation of produced water for other uses. Specifically, what I think produced water should be limited to is industrial use in order to protect the environment and to protect everyday citizens. And I think that this process of repurposing produced water has many applications. The number one would be the reduction of the amount of water that the oil and gas industry requires for their everyday operations. If we're able to reuse this produced water in an industrial capacity and allow natural gas agencies to use that water again for their continued work here in New Mexico, that would reduce the demand that they require from our systems. Another good application could be that repurposing produced water is significantly more environmentally conscious than reinjection, evaporation ponds, or infiltration ponds, which if you're familiar with those, they just allow the toxic residue to remain until it's excavated.
Please wrap up.
Okay, so in conclusion, I just want to say that taking a balanced approach to produced water regulation would be best for New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Is there anyone else here to offer public comment? No. Has anyone else reached out online, Pam? All right, so we will return. Oh, wait, I see Hadley Chance has raised their hand. All right, so can you?
Hello.
Oh, hello. If you would please spell your name for the transcript.
Yes, Hadley, and last name is Chance, Chance.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Committee.
Wait, ma'am, you muted yourself. Oh, you
So
did it?
sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Hadley Chance, and I'm a third-year law student and student attorney with the Environmental Justice Clinic at Vermont Law and Graduate School. The Environmental Justice Clinic works in partnership with community organizations, tribal nations, coalitions, and other stakeholders across the country to support multi-strategy campaigns to combat environmental racism and advance community health and human rights. This proposed rule as written poses an unacceptable risk to the health and well-being of New Mexico communities, particularly those already experiencing other forms of environmental injustice. Some of the elements of fracking waste include heavy metals like lead and arsenic, and radioactive elements like radium. These chemicals are known to be carcinogenic, and exposures can lead to extremely negative health impacts, such as cancer, nervous system damage, respiratory system damage, immune system damage, or low birth weights. As there is no water standards for this fracking wastewater laid out in this rule, there is no way to know what chemical compositions have been deemed accessible and safe for human health, and this water is supposed to be brought into communities and ecosystems. This will inevitably lead to adverse health impacts. The proposed rule does not sufficiently penalize discharges into surface and groundwaters, and it does not adequately consider agricultural runoff, which could contaminate drinking water, leading to more adverse health impacts. This rulemaking expects fracking wastewater to be used in agriculture, but it does not consider exposures for farm workers who may then be at higher risks for higher rates of cancers, immune system suppression, and other adverse health impacts. Low-income and migrant farmers unable to afford or receive healthcare are likely to suffer greatly from the allowed agriculture uses outlined in this rule. Effectively, this rule without any treatment standards is a stamp of approval for contamination of water under the guise of water conservation. I echo the calls of other commenters for the divestment from a fossil fuel economy and respectfully ask the commissioners to rewrite the proposed rule to prohibit the discharge, disposal, or reuse of treated or untreated produced water outside of the oil field without exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Thank you.
All right. Has anyone else reached out, Pam? All right. And I don't see anyone else who's joined us in the room. So we will end this public comment session and return to the technical case. Again, we expect to have one or two more public comment sessions probably next Tuesday. But if you are interested in hearing about our path forward from this day, I think we're about to have that discussion. At least I hope we're about to have that discussion with council. Mr. Wexler, are you the spokesperson there?
Well, I can't say that I speak for everybody, but I am prepared to talk about the schedule. So let me first just tell you what we have left, and then our limitations, and then the discussion with the other parties. So what we have left is we still have to give our position statement. I'm not going to call it an opening because well past our beginning. We then have Mr. Tischler, who's here with us today. We hope to finish him today because he's in Austin. If he has to spill into next week, we would ask that he appear remotely so he doesn't have to travel again. Unfortunately, Mr. Balch, now that it's afternoon, is traveling, so he's unavailable. Mr. D'Antonio has a previous commitment only this day, so he's been very patient with us. But we think that Mr. Tischler will take the rest of the day. Mr. Balch is in a board meeting on Monday. So our proposal, the consensus with everyone other than Mr. Knight, who hasn't really, he had left before we had the benefit of having that conversation, was that we propose to skip Monday and then come back on Tuesday and finish Mr. Balch and Mr. D'Antonio on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. Mr. Knight, I hope this doesn't come as too much of a surprise. How do you feel about this as the petitioner?
They say, how does that make you feel? Yes, the department has no objection to skipping Monday and picking up on Tuesday, certainly with the hope of finishing on Tuesday. Okay. Microphone does. The department has no objection to taking Monday off and picking up on Tuesday with the sincere hope of finishing the hearing on Tuesday. So beyond that, I guess I don't need to say anything else. If that's the question that's on the floor.
Yes, thank you.
So with that, I'm happy to either give my position statement. My preference would be to put on Mr. Tischler because he has travel limitations, and I can stay as long as we want, or I'll be here Tuesday and whenever you all want to hear it. If in fact you actually even want to hear me speak. So if I could just take 5 minutes, our computers are shut down now to get his PowerPoint up. Thank you.
All right, let's do that. I think you're right. We need to prioritize the witnesses. It's going to take them a few minutes. Pam, does he have sharing authority? Does he have sharing authority?
Madam Hearing Officer, and this is a question perhaps for Mr. Wexler. The NMOGA witnesses have taken 6 to 8 hours for their testimony, rebuttal, and cross. Is it reasonable to expect that we can do 2 witnesses on Tuesday?
Well, we're certainly willing to shorten our initial presentation. We obviously cannot control questioning and cross. Given the pace we've gone at thus far, it's perhaps unlikely. I acknowledge that.
So that would leave us to finish on Wednesday, which I believe we have the room reserved for that day.
And all parties had agreed to hold Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for this hearing.
Okay, thank you. You want to know? I was.
Am I presenting now? Yep. Let me just go to present this slideshow. Okay. So it looks different than what I'm looking at on the screen, but it probably is fine.
So you know what,
I did.
Jeff, yesterday, we, Carrie and I worked on it and could not get it to do the usual slideshow
So
thing.
just do it for
So
me.
you have to press each slide like that
Okay.
on the left side.
Okay. I can do that.
Okay, are we ready?
We are ready.
Okay, so we're back after a short break for council and the next witness to set up. Thank you, Mr. Wexler. And sir, if you would state and spell your name for the record, please.
Ma'am,
State and spell your name for the record, please.
my name is Lyle Ishler. I didn't get the second part of your question.
Spell it.
I'm sorry?
Spell your name.
Oh, spell it. Lialtishler.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wexler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Tischler.
Good afternoon.
Could you please summarize your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Texas Western College, a Master's of Science in Environmental Health Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin, and a PhD degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin.
Thank you. And I think the court reporter is just asking us both to speak loudly and slowly.
Okay.
Can you please summarize your professional background?
Yes. I received my PhD in January 1968 and then had a 2-year tour in the Army as an environmental engineer. I left the Army in 1970 and became a systems engineer and ultimately director of systems engineering at the Texas Water Development Board. In 1973, I changed jobs and went to work for a consulting engineering firm named Engineering Science Incorporated. And my experience has mainly been in consulting in water and wastewater treatment, water quality impacts, and analysis using computer models. In January 1986, I, with a younger member of the firm, formed our own company. The name of the company is Tischler Kasurik. We are a partnership. Both of us are licensed professional engineers, and we have been working essentially in the consulting field in industrial wastewater treatment, the water quality analysis and impacts analysis. We don't do much in actual design. Most of the work we've done is studies. We have extensive experience working at both the state and federal levels and the development of water quality regulations, hazardous waste regulations, and certain aspects of air pollution regulations. Most of this work was done on behalf of trade associations, such as the American Petroleum Institute, the American Chemistry Council, and the Pharmaceutical Research Manufacturers of America. And as I say, we've been in business, the two of us, for 38 years, and we're still going.
We have before you what has been previously marked as NMOGA Exhibit number 13. It's entitled Your Rebuttal Testimony. Was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
I'm going to offer to admit it at the end of his testimony. I understand, Dr. Tischler, you also have a summary of your rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this point, I'll ask you to please walk us through your testimony. I'll go ahead and operate the PowerPoint here. So just let me know when you want me to change slides.
Okay. Basically, I will try to go through this relatively quickly because I know this has been a long hearing process. I appreciate the commissioners in hearing, examine their, having me here to offer these comments on behalf of NMOGA. First, I want to just say important part of water reuse is that it's a proven technology. And as such, both domestic sewage and industrial wastewater is essential to reuse in water short areas. Using as an example, municipal wastewater reuse is a proven application. It's being accomplished in a number of locations. For example, in Texas, the regulations authorize reuse of municipal and industrial wastewater for many applications.
I think if Mr. Wexler turned off his mic, it would help.
Okay. It sounds very loud to me. Is that better? No, I mean, I'm actually hearing a bit of a feedback myself. Okay, I'll back up a little bit. I'll just make it short. Essentially, domestic wastewater and industrial wastewater are being reused right now. They're an important and valuable resource. Municipal reuse is far ahead of the reuse that we're talking about of produced waters, but it's a matter of time as more technologies developed and the existing technologies are improved, where we can basically come to a point where virtually any type of wastewater, we can recover the water for just about any use that we would look forward to use it. In New Mexico, especially, water reuse is essential, and that's already been testified to, particularly in southern part of the state and in the eastern parts of the state that are very dry to begin with. Potential use of produced water as industrial applications and indeed in other applications as the technology is improved can really offer additional opportunity for wastewater, for water supply in New Mexico. The discharge prohibition that is in the proposed rule is not justified by the rulemaking record. NMED's and NMOGA's testimony supports the fact that technologies currently exist and can be improved upon, and it can treat produced waters to a quality acceptable for discharge to surface water or ground application to the ground where it would end up potentially affecting groundwater or for reuse in industrial applications. We've had extensive testimony over the last 2 days about the technologies involved in treating produced water to a level of water quality that can actually be essentially distilled water quality. I'm not going to go into that aspect at all because you've had extensive testimony from experts in that. What I want to emphasize is the fact that we have the ability and we're moving towards better opportunities to treat water, produce water to levels that are acceptable for just about any use that we need in New Mexico. We're still having a problem with the microphone.
I just want to make sure it's off.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant.
Some of the statements that have been made suggest that produced water is truly unique in terms of the number of pollutants. And
that need to be removed in order to make the water acceptable for reuse. It is unique only to the extent that it has very high TDS concentrations, which have been testified to, and it also contains radioactive materials, naturally occurring radioactive materials. But other than that, the number of different chemicals that are potentially present are essentially no different than what we see in a number of other wastewaters, both industrial and municipal. It's the inorganic salt concentration, which was testified to by the previous witness in terms of the technologies that are being developed to remove those salts. And in the end of the day, we're interested in the water that we get after treatment of produced water. The constituents in the produced water before we apply various treatments are important only to the extent of selecting the types of treatment technologies we need to use. We can produce water with technologies that we have now that is essentially acceptable for almost any use. As an example, all the constituents in produced water other than the TDS and norm cited by NMED and advocacy group can occur in any kind of single water source. Formation water from different locations will have different naturally occurring constituents. They're not all the same even within the Permian. The wastewater, the produced water is not going to be the same quality. The source of water used in drilling and well development will have different constituents at different locations, and the additives used in drilling will be different. But all of that information can be obtained by NMED as part of the permitting process and evaluated to make sure that water that is treated is going to be protective of human health and the environment, regardless of the particular use that it's going to be put to. I'm using municipal wastewater treatment plants as an example because they treat a range of wastewater sources that include industrial sources, they include hospitals, they include a number of different operations other than just normal residences. And they contain disinfectants, cleaning products, pesticides, personal care products, and pharmaceuticals. I mean, these discharges are just as complex in their own way, yet we don't apply the same level of evaluation to those because we know that the existing treatment systems have generally been proved to be adequate. But there is a huge amount of work being done by EPA and others with respect to things like pharmaceuticals and personal care products in domestic sewage. So in that way, I'm only using that as an example to say, if we can deal with it in domestic wastewater sewage and we allow treatment, discharge, and reuse of domestic sewage, there is no technical reason nor regulatory reason that you can't apply the same level of analysis to determine whether or not a treated produced water is in fact acceptable for any particular targeted reuse. I'm going to just skip over this slide because I've already talked about the fact that domestic sewage has a wide range of materials in it. In general, the typical wastewater treatment plant used for municipal sewage, such as that for the city of Santa Fe or the Albuquerque area, provide a relatively simple level of treatment. And we don't really look for the same kind of pollutants, the levels that we're looking at for what have been talked about here, the NPDES plus list of 400 pollutants. I can pretty much assure this panel that in fact, if you were to use the same sort of level of scrutiny in terms of analyses, you would find hundreds of pollutants that are still at trace levels. And we're talking about numbers in the nanograms per liter or even low micrograms per liter in a domestic sewage effluent, well-treated effluent. And this is well known, but yet we are able to take those municipal effluents and treat them for reuse. And I skipped over it, but for example, the city of Big Spring in Texas does use essentially now direct potable reuse to supplement their water supply. For comparison, the amount of domestic sewage discharged is really large. The Albuquerque Southside Wastewater Treatment Plant discharges over 46.8 million gallons per day into the Rio Grande, and yet we only limit relatively small number of pollutants, even though the downstream water uses include aquatic life use, livestock watering, public water supply, wildlife habitat, and primary contact. The reason we allow that is that our experience with domestic sewage is that if we set permit limits that the treatment plant can meet, we generally are confident that human health and the environment, including all the various uses like irrigation and wildlife, are being achieved. So we can skip over this next one. I just want to basically say it's not, I've been doing consulting engineering water quality analysis in the wastewater field for over 50 years. We have learned a great deal about the technology that we can use. And those technologies are now being incorporated into treatment systems to improve the quality of effluents, to better protect the environment, but really to look at the ability to reuse water in multiple applications, including whether it's irrigation or as a part of industrial water supply, for example, cooling water in industrial plants. We have all these options available to us as the technologies can continue to improve. I want to talk briefly about how EPA sets their effluent guidelines, because these effluent guidelines are national standards that apply to certain categories of industry. One of them is the centralized waste treatment category, which is the one that is currently being used in some states to authorize the treatment and discharge of produced water to receiving waters. And I think Pennsylvania was given as one of the examples of where this particular effluent guideline is being used. What EPA does, and this was built in the 1972 Clean Water Act, which adopted this national technology-based level of treatment for different industrial categories as well as for municipal wastewaters, is they set these effluent guidelines by collecting data for a particular industrial category, like petroleum refining, central waste treatment. They will collect this data and analyze it to determine the technologies that are acceptable for treating this wastewater to levels that are that represent state of the art in terms of best available technology or best practicable technology. It's a multi-year process where they collect data from industry and from others, including data that EPA collects itself by going out and doing special studies where they measure a wide range of pollutants. And ultimately, they develop and promulgate these standards. And these minimum standards apply nationwide to each particular industrial category for which they develop the standards. There are actually standards for oil and gas extraction at 40 CFR 435, and those are for wells in certain parts of the country, and I think it's been testified to in Wyoming and in Texas. There are, in fact, permits that allow discharge of produced water to surface waters of the state. In addition to the technology-based limits, the Clean Water Act requires EPA to set guidelines for states to develop water quality criteria, which in turn are used to develop water quality-based effluent limits to assure protection of all uses of surface waters. Now, that can apply equally to the way these rules are written to protection of groundwater, because basically what you do is you set standards for all of the constituents that you believe need to have standards to protect all the designated protected uses, human health, through drinking water or through exposure through the food chain or aquatic life through direct exposure. New Mexico has adopted water quality standards pursuant to the EPA national criteria at 20.6.4 MAC. They have designated uses for receiving waters, and all the discharges must assure, all discharges that are permitted in this state through the NPDES permitting program, which currently is operated by EPA Region 6, have to be protective of all the designated uses. Once EPA develops a NPDES permit to authorize these uses, NMED, first, it must determine what technical-based effluent limits are applicable. And they don't have to just follow the guidelines. They can set what are called best professional judgment-based technology limits. For example, using data that the industry provides on the technology that they propose to use and its performance in order to meet the treatment limits that are technology-based. But then we layer onto that what are called water quality-based effluent limits for any constituents that have water quality criteria, or for constituents that the state determines need to be regulated in a permit in order to protect water quality in the designated uses. Those are also supposed to be added into the permits. The result of this process is you end up in a properly designed and authorized NPDES permit with limits that are reflective of that particular effluent discharge, limiting the constituents of the discharge. You can limit the volume of the discharge. It can have special conditions that require studies to add additional data to the database so the permit can be reopened as necessary, which is actually a common practice in some states. So the NPDES permitting program is a tool which can be used to be sure that you achieve the protection that is required by the Water Quality Control Act. The result of this is that a properly prepared, reviewed, and adopted NPDES permit should be protective of all of the water users and also represent the best technology that's available for the pollutants that are present in that particular wastewater stream. I mentioned already, all discharges of wastewater to waters of the U.S. must be permitted under the NPDES system. This does not have to mean that the permitting is only limited to waters in the U.S. For example, many states, Texas, Oklahoma, and others, they apply the same permitting program to surface waters that are not waters of the U.S. and to waters that are not connected to waters of the U.S., such as Playa lakes and the like. There is no limitation on the state for extending their permitting program to all discharges of surface waters, and correspondingly, they can use the same procedures to extend those protective permit limit conditions and requirements to groundwater pollution, from the use of land application for disposal or use of water for irrigation. So there's a protective mechanism in place under the permitting systems that states can adopt. And in fact, if they become authorized as NPDES permitting states, then they have the authority to basically prescribe in the permits not only what information has to be provided by the permit applicant, but also what the conditions are going to be as the permit is effective and the operations facility is resulting in the discharge, whether it's discharge to the land or discharge to the water, what samples they have to take, when they have to take them, and what they have to analyze for. There have been questions about chemicals that are used, for example, in fracking, and confidential business information in the way to determine whether or not a particular set of chemicals at a given level of concentration may be potentially toxic. Permit applications in almost all of the states that have the permitting program require the submittal of safety data sheets, which have been discussed before, for every chemical that is believed to be present from the operations of the facility in the effluent. And not only have to provide the safety data sheets, the applicants in many states are also required to provide estimates of the dosages and the usage of the particular chemicals in which process they're used in, and the likelihood of their presence in the effluent. States can then use that data to put in additional requirements. I think it was discussed earlier that states can, in fact, take the position they will not authorize a permit for discharge for any chemical for which an SDS or equivalent information is not provided. I think Mr. McGirt, Rick previously stated that Wyoming had a requirement like that, and Texas basically has a similar requirement. one of the things about the MPDS permitting process, which again is applicable to any permitting process, including groundwater, is that all of the proposed MPDS permit conditions and the underlying technical and regulatory analyses must be available for public review and comment. Different states have different levels of public participation requirement, but as a minimum required by the NPDS regulations, they must have at least a public notice on the draft proposed permit, and including with that the fact sheet technical development information that was used to develop the conditions and limits of the permits. Some states, Texas actually has a system where there are 2 public notices that require notice not just for in the newspaper, but also direct contact of any individuals that are landowners that are within 1 mile downstream of a stream and the entire area surrounding the property where the operations that result in the discharge are taking place. And if it's in a tidal regime, it's also upstream as well as downstream. That landowners must be notified by letter twice when the permit application is submitted and when the draft permit is proposed. And all the public is entitled to get copies of the applications. In fact, in Texas, the application has to be placed in a public library in the area where the permit's being issued. So there's ample opportunity for the public to obtain the records and review the records that the state is using to develop the MPDS permit. And when EPA develops the permits, as they do in Region 6, then they are the ones that require the publication of the public notice, and it's not quite the same process. But the reason I'm discussing what Texas does, other states do similar things in terms of public participation. It's up to the state to make it available to the public what they believe the public needs to have in order to comment and be involved in the permitting process. And now NMED is not currently authorized to issue MPDS permits, but they have to there's what's called the state certification process. They have to certify the EPA that any proposed MPDS permit has to be protective of all designated uses. And in doing that, NMED has not only the right, but the duty to recommend denial of a permit if they don't think it's protective of water quality and designated uses. So there's no reason to have a prohibition on the discharge of any particular wastewater stream, whether it's a treated produced wastewater, whether it's an industrial effluent or domestic sewage effluent, given that there's a process available that would allow that the public or the governmental agency to simply not issue the permit. And if there's no permit authorization to discharge, that discharge can't happen. That process exists. It's existed since the Clean Water Act was adopted in 1972 for surface water discharges, and it could be equally applicable to ground discharges to groundwater should the state choose to incorporate that kind of language in their permitting process. That basically summarizes the testimony that I provided in terms of the written testimony. Again, I'd just like to emphasize that there's a nationwide permitting program that's been in effect for basically almost 60 years that for discharges to surface waters, including surface waters of the state, should the state choose to adopt the coverage for those, that gives the state ample opportunity to prevent the discharge of any particular wastewater stream that is not protective of human health and the environment. And so I would contend and offer to you, the commissioners, that the prohibition that's in this proposed rule is unnecessary because, in fact, the tools are available to the NMED to be able to prevent any problems to human health and environment from any specified use or reuse of treated produced water. And again, I'm talking about treated produced water. I want to emphasize that again. I'm not arguing here that there's any, that the salinity issue with respect to the discharge of produced water that's untreated is not currently an issue that has to be dealt with before water that is acceptable for all different types of reuse is then made available by additional treatment. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm pleased to offer these comments.
With that, Madam Hearing Officer, we have no rebuttal, and so we would offer Dr. Tischler for questions from the commission and the parties.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zemlich, do you have questions of Dr. Tischler? All right, Commissioner Fry?
No questions, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Dominguez?
Still for me.
All right, I will come back to you. Are you in the same position, Chair? Oh, yeah. Oh, you're ready. Okay. Get ready, Dr. Tischler.
I'm ready. First of all, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming all the way from Texas. Pleased to have you here. We don't want you to take any of our water.
Well, just so you know, Mr. Chairman, I actually have a close association with New Mexico. I graduated from Gaston High School many years ago, so and a frequent visitor to Cloud Crawl.
Welcome back. So I especially appreciate your comments about municipal wastewater reuse. Our regulations call it domestic wastewater reuse, but it's clear from your testimony, you recognize that there's more to it than just household waste. You mentioned hospitals and light industry and other contributors to the wastewater collection system. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So that makes it complicated. And I believe you testified that the chemical composition of municipal wastewater is very, very complicated.
It is very complicated. I mean, you could just look at the question of pharmaceutical, because as most of you may be aware, actually pharmaceuticals are most of the pharmaceutical products we take, other than those that are injectables, they basically are designed not to break down. So they do end up in the treated effluent. And that is a big focus of work that's being done in the European Union, as well as what EPA has been looking at for years.
Yes, yes. There's more to it than pharmaceuticals, isn't that?
Oh,
correct?
yes. I mean, the term that EPA has used is pharmaceuticals and personal care products, but there's also pesticides, there's household cleansers. I mean, one only needs to look at the label, something like just a hand washing soap, and you will see that there's at least usually 7 or 8 different kinds of chemicals, including disinfecting chemicals and various emulsifiers and other materials that are, again, we believe them to be relatively innocuous. They're used, by humans to wash our hands, but the fact is that those do all show up in sewage.
And other things that familiar products like caffeine. That shows up in
Caffeine we actually use as a tracer for whether or not we're getting sewage in an industrial treatment discharge. If you can imagine that, we actually can test for caffeine when we're concerned that our industrial sewer is cross-contaminated with our domestic sewer, a sanitary sewer, I should say, at an industrial plant. Caffeine is a marker, and it is found everywhere.
One of my favorites, that is notable, the little yellow packs of Splenda. That's an artificial sweetener, contains sucralose. Is sucralose, are you familiar with sucralose?
Yes, I am, sir.
Is that degraded in conventional wastewater treatment?
I am not aware of any real effort to evaluate sucralose, and I'm not sure that sucralose per se, we actually have an approved analytical technique. I think we can measure it as it could be measured by certain of the analytical techniques we use, but there's probably not an approved method for it. So there's not been a lot of work done on something like that I'm aware of.
That might be one of the non-targeted compounds that we've talked about.
That would be an example of it.
You mentioned Big Spring, Texas. It is a community that practices direct potable reuse.
and I should, when I say direct, they put the water back in, the treated effluent back into their lake that they then pull water out. It's not a closed loop with the water treatment plant.
And the lake serves as what is commonly referred to as an environmental buffer. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's a mixture of the treated wastewater and the native water.
And what little water is actually, if I recall correctly, this particular lake, they pump water into it for, I think they pump groundwater into it because the Red River is fairly salty.
That's for sure.
Oh, I said Big Spring. I'm sorry. It's not Big Spring. Big Spring is Comanche. I think it's a creek.
It's a creek.
I was confusing Big Spring with.
I don't remember the name of the creek. I appreciate you bringing this up. It's something that I've referred to several times. The proposed rule addresses three types of reuse: produce water, which has attracted most of our attention, industrial wastewater, and domestic wastewater. Does Texas have regulations that deal with non-potable reuse domestic wastewater?
Yes, they do. And that's how, I mean, those regulations actually been in place for a while, although if I recall correctly, and again, I got to be a little careful here because I don't deal directly with municipal water supply and municipal wastewater treatment very much, but they do have regulation that they use to authorize the water reuse at Big Spring.
Well, but the water reuse at Big Spring would be potable reuse. I'm talking about non-potable.
Oh, non-potable. Oh, yes. There's a whole section of the Texas Administrative Code regarding reuse of both industrial and municipal wastewater. For example, and it's by classes depending upon the type of industrial wastewater. For example, in the municipal I'm less familiar with, but like industrial wastewater, if it's water that's for like cooling water tower blow down that has a TDS below 2,000, then you actually don't even have to permit it. You have to keep records and you can irrigate with it. You can't reuse it. You can reuse it, of course, back in the cooling system, but you can irrigate with that water for landscape irrigation. Then there's another level that if you can use for industrial process wastewaters that are not in certain industrial point source categories that EPA. So for example, you can't, under this second level of reuse authorization, you can't use wastewater from petroleum refining or organic chemicals for reuse, but if it's from processing vegetables or something like that, you have a second level of permitting and reuse is allowed. Then the third level is where you actually have to treat things that have to meet the effluent guidelines, but they do allow reuse of water. If you've got an effluent guideline and if met the effluent guideline, they will allow reuse of that water, generally for industrial use.
Thank you. I'm not too interested in the details because we could go, no, that's fine. I really don't mean to cut you short. But the point I was hoping to clarify was Texas does in fact have well codified regulations that deal with non-potable reuse.
Yes, sir, they do.
Do they have regulations for potable reuse?
Those are the ones that I was mentioning. They've developed, yet they don't. They have the regulations that they authorized Big Spring under. I can't speak to the exact details of those regulations, but of course, as you're probably aware, because they're neighboring, city of El Paso has been, reusing water by treating and then re-injecting. They actually desalinate some of their effluent and they re-inject it into the aquifer that they had pump out of. They've been doing that for like 20 years. And so that's authorized by rule.
The El Paso system at the Fred Hervey plant is considered indirect potable because they discharge to a buffer. That's
right. They re-inject it into the aquifer.
Does New Mexico have rules that deal with non-potable reuse. And if you're not,
No, I'm not familiar enough to. Mr. Chairman,
I'll ask NMED. Does New Mexico have rules that deal with potable wastewater reuse?
Again, I don't know. I didn't specifically look at that.
Okay, well, in fact, that's the reason for this proposed rule. So the answer is no. But again, thank you for bringing it up. And let's talk about the discharge. And you talked about effluent limitation guidelines and technically based effluent T-bills, technically based effluent limits.
Yes.
Those apply to surface water discharges.
That's correct.
They're developed by EPA.
Sir.
And if a facility, municipal, industrial, oil and gas facility, if it discharges to a water of the U.S., they are required to have an NPDES permit.
Yes.
And the NPDES permit will have criteria that are based on the effluent limitation guidelines and the T-bills.
At a minimum, yes.
Okay. Now, a couple of years ago, we've got a new definition of waters of the U.S. You're familiar with those?
Yes, I
am. Do you know if there are any federally identified waters of the U.S. in southeastern New Mexico other than Pecos River? Playa Lakes are not.
I'm thinking. I believe that certain tributaries to Pecos River certainly are waters of the U.S.
I think that's true.
For example, Rio Penasco, which is up near Cloudcroft. I know that is. Well, of course, the Rio Grande is waters of the U.S.
I'm specifically.
But you said in the eastern part of the state.
Yes.
And beyond those, I'm not aware of any that meet the new definition, the revised definition by the second decision as waters of the U.S.
So if facility had a discharge to apply a lake, would they require an NPDES permit?
Not under, as I understand it, current New Mexico rules. Texas, the answer would be yes, because they basically regulate, they call water of the state. And for something like a discharge into a playa lake that is closed system, you get a state permit. For discharge into, and this is where the question comes, so-called ephemeral streams, they've always issued TPDS permits. Indeed, probably every municipal plant on the west side of the Pecos River has a TPDS permit if it has a discharge. And all of those streams would no longer under SACIT be navigable waters and waters of the U.S.
I appreciate that. And I think this is probably a little bit out of your area, but I'm trying to make a determination if a discharge to a surface water that is not water of the U.S., it would not be subject to an NPDES requirement.
Not under the federal rules. It would
under the federal rules. Yes, and so those effluent guidelines and the T-bills, technically based effluent limitations, would at least, they might be good guidance, but they're not requirements if an NPDES permit is not required.
That's correct.
Okay. You claimed in your testimony and as well, both your written testimony and specifically your oral testimony, that produced water can be treated to distilled water quality. I think you also said it can be treated for almost any use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you give us citations of examples of operating facilities, pilot plants, papers, white papers?
Well, some of that has already been introduced, but basically what I'm saying is that technically speaking, if you don't take in cost effectiveness, we can make pure water out of almost any water. For example, distillation can basically remove the salt. Activated carbon, ion exchange, and reverse osmosis can remove essentially everything to take it to distilled water. I mean, we create and spend a fair amount of money for it, lab water that is, as was mentioned by Mr. Aaron, water that is completely deionized and has no dissonance in it. It is a matter of economics. But from a strictly engineering technical standpoint, we can produce pure water. That's the statement I was making, sir.
Okay, and I don't dispute that. I just wanted to know if there are examples of facilities at any scale, bench scale, pilot scale, or demonstration scale, that you can specifically point to where it has been done.
For produced water.
For produced water.
The answer is no, because you already heard the testimony.
Okay.
Previous witness testimony was thorough.
I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you for your testimony today. I'm going to circle back to your previous testimony about domestic wastewater and some of the Q&A you had with the chairman here. So you were here this morning when Mr. McCurdy was cross-examined by the Environment Department, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the questioning that centered around the Water Quality Act's authority to deny a permit?
Yes.
And to somewhat summarize that it alluded to the authority to deny a permit was based on either state or federal standards that were established. Is that what you had understood from that?
Yes, sir. That's what I heard. And I have read the regulation, but I haven't committed it to memory.
Okay, so if I'm understanding your testimony where you've talked about domestic wastewater and the amount of unknowns that are in domestic wastewater, are you implying that some of those unknowns do not have standards?
Implying, sir, that virtually all of those unknowns don't have standards. And again, I would use the easy one, which is the pharmaceutical products.
Okay, so if this commission was applying the same logic to domestic wastewater permits since there's not standards for part of them, then there's not the authority to deny that permit. Is that what you're implying in your testimony?
I don't mean to offer up the suggestion that, but I think it's an obvious question that, yes, I mean, if you take the same position and apply it equally, you would have a problem with the permit for the municipal facility.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Bayless. Okay, Commissioner Brinker.
No questions.
Commissioner Vihel.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Going to the platform, Commissioner Rosatos. You may have stepped away. Vice Chair Armstrong. You may have stepped away. And Commissioner McWilliams.
Good morning or good afternoon, I'm sorry. Quick question, only one today. Yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, we heard from Dr. Van Gosh that he believes the rule should have more specific protective standards included in the rule. Is it your opinion that this rule should also include specific standards?
I believe setting standards that are clear is appropriate for the rule. I would qualify that by saying that, and my written testimony discusses this, it's virtually impractical to set standards for 400, 500 chemicals. Instead, the methodology that EPA has used in the effluent guidelines, which I think Mr. McGurn referred to as surrogates, but EPA calls them indicator pollutants, that indicate the level of treatment that can be provided for a wide range of compounds. I'll give you an example. In the petroleum refining industry, certainly petroleum refining wastewaters contain dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of different various chemicals that are related to petroleum. But EPA has made the determination for their effluent guideline that by controlling two parameters, chemical oxygen demand and total phenol, that they get sufficient treatment, that they can monitor for those and determine that all the other pollutants are being reduced to levels consistent with best available technology. So this is a rather, I'm sorry, drawn out answer, but I believe that standards can be set, but I don't believe they have to be set for an enormous number of compounds, which would be a tremendous burden, whether it was a POTW, a publicly owned treatment work, or an industry or a produced water, in order to do routine monitoring to show compliance with the level of technology that you believe was necessary to protect human health and the environment.
Understood. Okay, that's all my questions. All of
Did
my
I answer
questions
your
for now.
question? I mean, I know I drew it out a little bit.
Yes, I believe you did. Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioner questions? No. I think we should take a break before we begin the party cross-examination. Let's come back at 2:40. Let's come back from the break, please. We have finished commissioner questions, so now we'll turn to party questions of Dr. Tischler. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Tischler? You have to unmute yourself. Okay, thank you. I can see that your statement in the chat that you have no questions. Thank you. And I'm sorry we have developed a couple of technical difficulties in this hour. Let's see, Ms. Taylor, do you have questions? All right. Mr. Cox.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hightower, whom I don't see in the room. Mr. Davis. All right. Ms. Nasi or Mr. Dodd?
Madam Hearing Officer, I wanted to address one thing before I get started with my questioning. In containing or not containing any exhibits and then containing exhibits as of this morning. And I wanted to see if we could get a ruling on whether 13 is coming in with the exhibits or without the exhibits, because I just don't know what I'm supposed to cross on.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. I should have brought it up earlier. When we were going over the testimony last night, obviously his testimony talks about his exhibits, LT, B, LTC, LTD. We looked at the website and it did not contain those exhibits. So this morning we filed a corrected version that did contain those exhibits. Our preference is to offer it with the corrected version because that's obvious in his testimony. We didn't get any inquiries from any of the parties about that. And certainly that's our preference.
Mr. Dodd, did you have an objection to the corrected Exhibit 13?
I do have an objection, just because I haven't had these materials until today. While I see that there are a couple of references to them in the testimony, I was unaware of the exhibits, and I think it's almost 100 pages worth of materials that I hadn't seen until about 11 o'clock today. And so that would be my objection, is that I haven't had an opportunity to review them and adequately prepare to cross-examine on them.
Okay. Ms. Fox, we need you at a microphone.
On your desk, get one over there on Mr. Wessler's table. Get it for you.
Hello. Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club joined in the objection. There's obvious prejudice from not seeing these highly technical exhibits until this morning or just a little bit ago. I think it's prejudice obvious. And so the omission is inadvertent, on their part on the one hand, but the prejudice is great on ours. They did attach to their filing on May 6th, which was the filing date, May 6th, Mr. Tischler's resume, so that can be entered into evidence. We have no objection to that.
Right. Mr. Wexler.
Yeah, I mean, first, there's not 100 pages, but those things are very clearly called out in his testimony. He discusses each of the exhibits at some length and why they're important. It's just, there was a technical issue with our paralegal. It's surprising to me now that there's this kind of prejudice when obviously nobody looked at the testimony before the filed version, because the version that we have at our office obviously has the exhibits. I mean, it's also a little surprising to hear about prejudice from parties that are putting in exhibits like, left and right almost on a daily basis. So I don't see the prejudice given that he's already discussed the importance of each of those things. The commission should have the ability to refer to those so that they understand the basis for his opinions.
Mr. Davis.
Madam Hearing Officer, Guardians would object on the same grounds that were explained by Mrs. Fox. I just want to note that.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to accept them at least as part of an offer of proof. I'd like you to cross-examine to the extent you can cross-examine on them. And I'll take another look when I have a chance to look at them.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Pam, before you start, Pam was drawing my attention to the chat and going to use my phone. Oh, okay, I see. Mr. Maxwell also joined in the objection. So let me ask, Mr. Maxwell, are you able to hear what's happening in the hearing room again? Okay, he just confirmed that he can hear. So I believe our technical issues, with the exception of Mr. Maxwell perhaps being unable to unmute himself, I believe our technical issues are resolved for the moment and we can continue. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much. It's Dr. Tischler, is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. Tischler, I want to start with one of the main points that you make in your testimony. You state that there is no regulatory justification to prohibit discharges of produced water, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to be clear because with a couple of exceptions, the EPA has set forth a prohibition on the discharge of produced water, haven't they?
Yes, it's a federal rule in certain parts of the country.
And that's 40 CFR section 435.32. Is that right?
I'd have to look at the rule, but that sounds correct.
If I read it to you, might it ring some bells?
Well, I know what it is. The site that you refer to, I don't, as 435.2, if I recall correctly, it deals with the discharge of produced waters to public owned treatment works.
Okay, so let me read 435.32, okay?
Yes.
Except as provided in sections 125.30 through 125.32, any existing point source subject to this subpart shall achieve the following effluent limitations representing the degree of effluent reduction attainable by the application of the best practicable control technology currently available, parens BPT, : there shall be no discharge of wastewater pollutants into navigable waters from any source associated with production, field exploration, drilling, well completion, or well treatment, parens, i.e., produced water, drilling muds, drill cuttings, and produced sand, close parens. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so these mics are truly terrible. And so the EPA has determined that there are regulatory justifications to prohibit the discharge of produced water, hasn't it?
In certain areas of the United States, correct.
Right, now I want to shift and I want to talk about the Big Spring water system, okay?
Yes.
The Big Spring direct potable reuse of municipal wastewater system is run by the Colorado River Municipal Water District, or the CRMWD, correct?
Yes.
So through that system, the CRMWD processes municipal wastewater, including human excrement, and sends the produced wastewater or sorry, the processed wastewater out as drinking water, correct?
As I mentioned, I'm not sure where we're getting the feedback. That is my understanding, although as I understood it, and again, I'm not personally associated with that facility, they actually put it through a storage pond.
Okay. But ultimately, that processed wastewater goes out as drinking water, correct?
I wouldn't call it processed wastewater, the municipal wastewater, yes.
Okay. I mean, presumably they do
Domestic
processes and treat it.
It's the treated processed wastewater.
Okay. Now, I'd like to pull up a portion of the CRM WD website and ask you a question about it, okay?
Okay.
And Ms. Jones, did you receive my email with that link? Thank you very much. Perfect. And Ms. Jones, if you could please scroll down to where we can see the text below. Yes. Nice and small. Let me read a small portion of that, okay? And just for the record, we're looking at the Colorado River Municipal Water District website, specifically their tab on water quality. This portion of the website states, quote, oil and gas development began in the 1920s when little was known of environmental best practices. Brackish water would come in contact with freshwater supplies, and abandoned wells were often left unplugged or improperly finished, allowing the salt water to seep into local surface and groundwater supplies. As a result of this, salt contamination, West Texas's usable water resources have been severely limited. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And so the oil and gas industry is responsible for the contamination of Big Spring's water sources. Isn't that right?
This is what CRWMD posted. I'd actually have to look at Texas's 303D reports to see if it's all attributable to that or how much of it is natural salt water, because in fact, many West Texas streams have naturally high TDS. In other words, I'm saying that's their statement. I can't verify that it's 100% accurate. It probably has some accuracy, but I can't verify it.
Okay. Do you think at least to some extent that's true?
I think it's possible. I'm not going to say it's true.
Okay. And so perhaps because of the oil and gas industry's contamination of water supplies in West Texas, Big Springs now has to reuse municipal wastewater containing human excrement as drinking water. Is that right?
No, that's your tech. Again, as I stated before, I see the statement. I know that there have been historic in Texas problems with abandoned wells draining salt water into streams, but I don't know that's a fact for this particular discharge, for this particular location and stream. You would have to look in the Texas 303D listing report to see if in fact the stream was listed because of the presence of salt water from, in this particular example, oil field development.
Do you have any reason to doubt the CRMWD statement here?
I just don't know. I'm not gonna, I can't answer what I've not looked at. I could find out, but the answer would be that's their position, and there may be truth to it, may be completely accurate, and maybe partially accurate.
Okay. All right, I want to shift gears now, and I'd like to talk about your past work, okay? You would agree that you work predominantly for corporations and industry, correct?
Yes.
Your CV states that your clients include the American Petroleum Institute, the American Chemistry Council, the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, Western States Petroleum Association, National Mining Association, and numerous private companies, correct?
Yes.
One of the private companies that you've done extensive work for is ExxonMobil.
Yes.
You, for example, have commented, spoken, or testified on behalf of Exxon before the EPA, the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Illinois Pollution Control Board, the Montana Department of Environmental Quality, and many other regulatory agencies.
Yes.
Would you agree that you have been paid millions of dollars throughout your career from your work testifying and advocating on behalf of oil and gas groups, associations, and companies?
I wish.
How long have you been doing this work?
It would have started, the work started when I worked for engineering science. So that part of my career started in 1973. So it would be 51 years.
Okay. And in this case, you're providing testimony on behalf of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association.
Correct.
And you have been and continue to be paid for your work for NMOGA. Is that right?
Correct.
How much does NMOGA pay you per hour?
$230.
And how much has NMOGA paid you to date for your work in this case?
I'm not sure we have billed them yet.
Do you have a running tally of how much you intend to bill them for, how much you have booked thus far?
I bill straightly on hours actually worked and expenses. My partner handles the accounting. And so I honestly don't know. If I had to give a rough estimate, probably $10,000.
Okay. Now I want to talk about some of your work for the American Petroleum Institute. Okay.
Yes.
In 2019, you helped draft comments in response to the EPA's Preliminary Effluent Guidelines Program, Plan 14, on behalf of the American Petroleum Institute, correct?
Correct.
And I have here a copy of those comments along with their cover letter. And I'd like you to take a look at these as I want to ask you some questions about them, okay?
Okay.
May I approach the witness? These are those comments that you helped draft, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could please turn to page 7.
Yes.
If you look there at the highlighted section, one of the comments was to request that the EPA, quote, consider the benefit of more neutral nomenclature in managing public perceptions, open parens, e.g., produced water instead of wastewater and treated produced water when discussing discharge scenarios, close quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you and the American Petroleum Institute wanted the EPA to do was to change their terminology in order to manage public perceptions, correct?
Yes.
Because it's more beneficial for the American Petroleum Institute if we give produced water a innocuous name like produced water rather than fracking waste, for example.
The answer would be because produced water is different from industrial wastewater. I was trying to suggest that we use the term produced water primarily so that it recognizes the difference between that and from an industrial manufacturing process such as petroleum refining.
Okay. And so you wanted to do that to manage public perceptions?
Yes, so it could be viewed as different material and different from a different kind of source, not from manufacturing.
So it didn't have to do with the fact that this was in fact wastewater.
Well, let me just describe what I was describing earlier. Yes, it certainly could be called wastewater, but wastewater is also water that can be reused and recycled, right? Doesn't matter. As I described to the commissioners earlier, we know how to treat almost any type of water to ultimately a use that we find acceptable, whether it's a potable use or whether it's a reuse for industrial process. It's a matter of cost and the technology available.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you were recommending that they not refer to this stuff as wastewater and instead refer to it as produced water, so that you'd be more accurate? Is that?
Yeah, because it's closer to what the terminologies that we generally use, produced water, is not really the same as what we would call industrial wastewater or municipal wastewater. That's the terminology that historically has been used in environmental engineering.
But the public doesn't have that level of technical expertise to be able to understand exactly what these different things are, right?
Well, that's correct.
And so really the reason that the API wanted to change the terminology and the way that we're referring to this stuff is so that the terminology wouldn't include that this was waste, right?
You know, I suppose I'd be perfectly honest with you. I wrote this, but you know, it speaks for itself. Like good enough.
Okay. And so ultimately, the reason for that suggested change was to, quote, manage public perceptions.
Yes,
Correct.
it states that.
Thank you. Can I retrieve the document? Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you about ELGs just briefly, okay?
Yes.
ELGs are effluent limitation guidelines.
Correct.
The EPA has not developed specific ELGs for produced water because the EPA simply says no discharge of pollutants, correct?
No, you didn't read the entire part 435. In fact, produced water can be discharged west of the 95th parallel.
Right.
And there are effluent guidelines for those.
Under the exceptions, correct?
It's not exceptions, it's a set part of the rule.
Okay. So outside of the west of the 98th meridian, there are no standards, correct?
If I recall correctly, what and we can look at 435, it basically says the standards can be set on a site-specific basis, as I recall. If I recall correctly, there actually is an oil and grease standard for stripper wells, which is one of the subparts.
Okay. Stripper wells are treated differently.
Yes, they're a subcategory within the category of oil and gas extraction.
Okay. Now, let's talk about produced water research, okay? To date, you have only ever authored one paper concerning produced water, correct?
I don't even recall what paper I authored with respect to produced water.
That paper was titled, quote, "An evaluation of protective concentrations for hydrogen sulfide in produced water discharged in California outer continental shelf ocean waters," correct?
Yes, I was a co-author of that paper. I was not the primary author.
You weren't the principal author.
That's correct.
Andrew Glickman was the principal author.
That's correct.
And that paper was presented at the 1999 SPE EPA Exploration and Production Environmental Conference of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, right?
I don't have the document in front of me, but
sounds about right.
It sounds accurate.
Now, that paper looked simply at the level of hydrogen sulfide released into the ocean through the discharge of produced water at 3 offshore oil platforms and whether the levels would be toxic to marine life, correct?
Yes,
That paper did not involve the analysis of any constituents of produced water other than hydrogen sulfide.
not that I recall.
And now that I've reminded you of it, that's the only paper that you've been an author of regarding produced water.
That's correct.
And you haven't ever received any grant money for research into produced water, have you?
No.
And so you would agree that your body of research concerning produced water is quite limited.
Yes, I agree. It's not been my primary focus.
Now, you are aware of the research of Dr. Avner Vengosh, correct?
Only to the extent that it's been discussed in this hearing.
So you're not aware that Dr. Vengosh is one of the most highly cited researchers in the world?
I have no comment.
Do you know what an H-index score is?
No,
So you're not aware that an H-index score is a measure of an individual's research performance?
no, I'm not, because as you're well aware, I'm not an academic.
You don't routinely stay up on the research regarding produced water?
As I've testified to in this hearing, that testimony has not related to the details of the treatment of produced water. That has not been where my main expertise is. What I'm offering up today is comments on the technologies that are available to treat all types of industrial and municipal wastewater, and the abilities to, and the fact that these technologies are currently developing and improving all the time. I mean, as an example, for desalination of seawater, 50 years ago, we couldn't do it with reverse osmosis. Now there's dozens of reverse osmosis seawater plants because the technologies developed, the costs have come down. I'm testifying that technologies are being developed and could likely exist in the future, and that banning or prohibiting the discharge of produced wastewater will stifle the development of these technologies and basically eliminate a potential water source in water short areas.
So despite having given comments to the EPA regarding produced water and being involved with the oil and gas industry for 50 years, providing regulatory comments and analysis, you don't stay up to date on the research concerning produced water. Is that right?
That's correct. I haven't spent any significant amount of time doing that.
Okay. And so you're not aware that Dr. Vengosh has published over 180 peer-reviewed academic research papers, 34 of which were specifically on the topic of produced water?
No.
You're not aware that Dr. Vengosh has received millions of dollars in grants to study produced water and industrial pollution?
Well, you just told me so, but no, the answer was I had no reason to look for that because that is not what I was basically engaged to look at for this particular hearing.
You're not aware that Dr. Vengosh's H-index score is higher than the average H-index score of Nobel Prize laureates?
To be perfectly honest with you, like I said, I'm not an academic, so I don't track that sort of thing, and I don't know how meaningful it is. There's lots of accolades they give to each other in academia, so I just don't know what the quality of his research is.
And so you wouldn't be able to say whether Dr. Vengosh is one of the world's leading researchers on produced water.
Mr. Dodd, I think you've gone as far as you can on this topic with this witness. Please move on.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fox, do you have questions of Dr. Tischler?
No, I don't.
All right, Mr. Knight.
like you.
Yep. No, I don't need fix. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dr. Tischler, you've never worked as a regulator, is that correct? That's correct. Never been involved with implementing or enforcing federal or state water quality standards? No. My hesitation is because if everybody had, my service in the Army was actually acting like a regulator. That's what a sanitary engineer does in the Army. Thank you for that clarification. So would it be fair to say that you would not consider yourself qualified to make jurisdictional determinations regarding water of the United States, specifically within New Mexico? That would be accurate. And regarding some of your earlier testimony, I think you testified about the use of reverse osmosis for treatment of produced water. Is that correct? I might have mentioned that it was a technology that Mr. Nerdy said earlier, but I don't recall specifically saying that reverse osmosis. I mean, it's a process that can be used at one or more stages depending on the TDS concentration of produced water. That's exactly where I was going. Would it be fair to say that reverse osmosis is capable of treating produced water with a TDS, total dissolved solids, of up to approximately 45 grams per liter? Are you familiar with that? Yes, that would be an equivalent to upper end on certain types of seawater. But you're aware that the total dissolved solid content of most produced water from the Permian is higher than that, aren't you? Yes, I know. Okay. And finally, any discharge of treated produced water west of the 98th parallel would still need to meet state water quality standards. Is that right? Yes. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knight. Any redirect?
I have no redirect.
All right. Any reason not to excuse Dr. Tischler at this point?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Tischler.
Thank you. Thank you, Maddie, Examiner, Commissioners.
We would offer Exhibit 13. I understand your conditional ruling on the corrected version, but we offer that. Exhibit 15 is CB.
Exhibit 15 is a CV. All right. I'll pause for a moment in the event there are any objections to Exhibit 15. Hearing none. Thank you. It's admitted. Righty. Where are we going next?
Yeah, unfortunately, and we did not expect Mr. Tischler to go that fast. So we don't have neither Mr. D'Antonio nor Mr. Balch were available. I was going to give my position statement.
That's terrific. So we have your position statement. We also have a position statement from Mr. Cox,
okay,
who wasn't invited to give his yet. So why don't we start with you, and then I'll move to Mr. Cox.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Hearing Officer. I want to start by making clear that NMOGA supports the safe reuse of water, including produced water. As the governor has recognized, in a dry state such as ours, reuse of produced water offers a unique opportunity to conserve freshwater resources and meet our needs going forward.
Mr. Wexler, you're reading. So slow down.
To make that happen, the Commission must adopt a rule that protects human health and the environment, while at the same time encourages reuse and promotes New Mexico's continued leadership in the area of reuse of produced water. The version of the reuse rules that NMED filed in December of 2023 would accomplish those twin goals. Those are the rules that initiated this proceeding. Unfortunately, 3 months after proposing the reuse rules to the Commission, NMED amended its proposed rule. The reasons for the proposed amendments are unclear, especially considering the department had no new information on which they relied. The primary change in the new amendments is to prohibit discharge permits for all produced water, including treated produced water. To put this in perspective, the Commission has never before adopted a rule prohibiting discharge permits from an entire category or source of water. The Commission should reject NMED's unprecedented prohibition and instead adopt the common sense solution embodied in the original proposal. And I say that for 4 reasons. First, the law does not support NMED's proposed prohibition on discharge permits for all treated produced water. Second, the state of science does not support NMED's proposed prohibition. Third, NMED's proposal to prohibit discharge permits for treated produced water is simply bad policy. And fourth, the existing procedures for discharge permits are protective of human health and the environment. Now, before I turn to those 4 reasons, I want to comment briefly on the case that the other side has presented to you. Unfortunately, much of what we have heard from the other side is based on hyperbole and exaggeration. For example, they say that there is no information about produced water. They argue that produced water cannot be treated for any purpose, but that's obviously not true. While there's room for reasonable debate on the state of science, such categorical statements are not helpful, and they don't meaningfully advance our collective goal of developing a substantive and protective rule. On the subject of science, NMOGA agrees that the rule adopted by this commission should be driven by science, which we think very clearly supports our position. Rather than tangible evidence of science, however, the other side's case rests on the dubious concept of unknown unknowns. As lawyers, scientists, and engineers, we base our decisions on provable facts, methods, and expertise. The vague concept of unknown unknowns does not lend itself to that critical evaluation. For example, when we've asked their witnesses what pollutants are present in all produced water in New Mexico, their answer is that it's unknown. And when we ask why the existing water quality standards are not protective of human health and the environment, unknown. When we ask what pollutants cannot be treated, also unknown, and the list goes on. But there are always things that we don't know. And in that sense, their position is really one of regulatory paralysis. For example, as I mentioned, I think yesterday, NMOGA supports the adoption of a reasonable standard for produced water. And when that standard is proposed, however, the same groups are going to be before you again, claiming you cannot adopt a standard because there are too many unknown unknowns. And follow not good government, and it makes for bad regulations. The practical and prudent approach is to adopt regulations based on our best understanding, not the fear of unknown. So turning then to the 4 reasons the commission should reject the department's unprecedented proposal to prohibit discharge permits. First, the proposal doesn't find any support in the law. So I want to start with 7464P, as in Penelope of the Water Quality Control Act. This is an express direction to the commission from the legislature, and it says that the commission, quote, shall adopt regulations to be administered by the Department of Environment for the discharge, handling, transport, storage, recycling, or treatment for the disposition of treated produced water. That direction could not be clearer. It then goes on to give examples of the types of reuse contemplated by the legislature,
including road construction, ice or dust control, construction, or land application unrelated to the oil and gas industry. But rather than follow that guidance, the department is proposing that you reject the legislature altogether and instead adopt a regulation that would prevent any discharge, recycling, or reuse of treated produced water. When I questioned them about the authority for their proposed prohibition, the sole provision upon which they rely is the first sentence of 7464E, as in echo of the Water Quality Control Act. Now that provision says that the commission, quote, shall adopt, promulgate, and publish regulations to prevent or abate water pollution in the state. For that provision to justify the proposed prohibition, the department must present evidence that all produced water is water pollution, and no produced water can be treated to a safe level. Now they've been unable to do that for three reasons. First, you've heard from witness after witness that produced water is variable and has different characteristics depending on the formation from which it originates, as well as several other factors. For example, the record shows that produced water from the Raton Basin is often cleaner than the surface water in that area, so therefore not pollution. Second, the department was simply unable and unwilling to make that representation to you. For example, Dr. Hu, the expert on who the department relied for this issue, testified as follows, and I quote from his transcript. Sorry, I cannot make a conclusion for the water pollutant for all produced water. So you ask for the water pollutant in all produced water. I cannot make a conclusion for all produced water. Third, and I'll mention more about this in a moment, but it's uncontested that produced water can be treated. And the Environment Department has admitted that they can be treated to satisfy existing water quality standards. And so the third regulatory hurdle for them is 7464D. And as I said, this commission has never before adopted a prohibition for a discharge permit based on the source or category of water. Instead, the Water Quality Control Act contemplates the adoption of standards that must be met before water can be discharged. Here, the department has offered no evidence for why the existing standards are insufficient. And even more problematic, the department seems to be contemplating an end run around the requirement around the statutory requirements, and the commission shouldn't allow that to happen. So turning to the second reason to reject the department's proposal to prohibit discharge permits, the facts don't support NMED's proposal, and I'll just focus on two of them. First, researchers, especially New Mexico-based researchers, have made some remarkable advancements in our understanding and characterization of produced water. Again, just as one example, you've heard about studies in the Permian Basin right here in New Mexico that show that there are approximately 100 constituents of produced water and approximately 20 to 30 unique constituents based on location and geography. That's a manageable number. And just yesterday, you heard Mr. McCurdy testify that we're on the cusp of closing the gap so that we fully understand produced water. We're admittedly not there yet, which is to say we don't know everything about produced water, but that's neither uncommon nor an obstacle to safe treatment and discharge of produced water. For example, the department has conceded that there's also a large number of unknown constituents in municipal water, domestic wastewater, but we're quite capable of treating that effluent. The same is true for produced water, which leads me to my next factual point, and that is that produced water can be treated. It can be subjected to pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment procedures that remove the contaminants and allows the treated produced water to meet applicable standards. You have heard no credible contrary evidence. Again, just as an illustration, on behalf of the Environment Department, Mr. Herman admitted in both his pretrial testimony and here a couple months ago in the hearing that produced water can be treated to satisfy all existing water quality standards. That should end the inquiry. The third reason to reject NMED's proposed discharge permit prohibition is that it would create bad policy. And here I'll briefly focus on three reasons. Reuse, recycling, and conservation is obviously good policy. It's surprising to me that the Environment Department And the environmental NGOs are asking you to turn away from these principles. We're a very dry state that needs water. Treated produced water can be an important part of that solution. That's why the governor has proposed her strategic water plan and has made clear in the state's 50-year plan that produced water is a viable source on which New Mexico must rely. But that can only happen if you adopt reasonable rules and reject the proposed prohibition. Next, you've heard that the industry is prepared to invest significant dollars into New Mexico communities for demonstration projects and eventually permanent facilities. But companies have choices on where to invest their dollars. And if the commission adopts the Environment Department's proposal, it will discourage that investment here in New Mexico. The companies will go elsewhere. Third, New Mexico and its and the consortium here are widely considered to be leaders in the area of reuse of treated produced water. You've heard uncontested evidence that to advance the science, researchers and industry need the ability to obtain a discharge permit so they can do things like research projects involving agriculture and irrigation. If you adopt the proposed prohibition, it will inhibit ongoing research and it will relinquish New Mexico's leadership in this area to another state. And so now turning to the existing procedures, as I said, NMOGA supports the adoption of reasonable science-based standards for produced water. We're confident that technology exists to meet those standards. Unfortunately, NMED has chosen not to propose standards at this time. The question in this case, therefore, becomes, how do you handle treated produced water until new standards are adopted? And the answer is that your existing procedures for discharge permits are protective of human health and the environment. Now, again, while the other side has made their vague references to unknown unknowns, no party has expressed an evidence-based or science-based reason why existing water quality standards are not protective, at least until we adopt new standards for produced water. So let me talk briefly about the process for a discharge permit. The discharge permit process requires an applicant to fully characterize the source water to NMED's satisfaction. So if they're concerned that there's still unknowns, they can require the applicant to provide more information. It also requires the applicant to present a plan for how that water will be treated and how that water will be discharged. That will provide the department the opportunity to evaluate the plan, for example, for a pilot or demonstration project. If the department is unsatisfied, or if they need further information, it can require the applicant to provide that information. And no discharges are allowed until it can be proven to the department, to their satisfaction, that the discharges will meet all applicable requirements. And if the department has concerns, it can require additional conditions to ensure that the discharges are protective of human health and the environment. For added measure, there's sampling and monitoring requirements that ensure that if there is any problem, we identify it and we ensure that it's corrected. Now, yesterday, NEE raised the requirements in Texas for a letter of authorization for a pilot project. Provisions for a discharge permit are quite similar. In addition, the Commission has adopted the discharge permit procedure specifically to protect human health and the environment, and that process will work until we adopt these new standards. In the meantime, meaningful pilot and demonstration projects will be able to proceed in New Mexico. Allowing discharge permits for treated produced water also solves some of the ancillary problems that have been raised in this hearing. For example, there is already an approved procedure for ensuring notice and the opportunity for the public to participate. And while some parties have pointed to the requirement in the Produced Water Act that a permit is required to reuse produced water, allowing discharge permits would satisfy that provision. Now, the only reason, at least until today, and I'll talk about that here in a second, but until today, the only reason that we had heard from the department for bypassing this tried and true procedure was provided by Mr. Herman. And he said in his pre-filed direct testimony, I'm going to read this whole quote because I found it quite remarkable. Quote, due to the way the permitting regulations in 20.6.2 NMAC are written, there is a possibility that a person could submit a discharge permit application to the department that either does or does not identify treated water as the source, and the department would have to grapple with processing the application. and either developing a draft discharge permit that is protective under the existing 20.6.2 NMAC permitting regulations, or deny the application, which would likely draw a challenge from the applicant. But overseeing that process, the process of, in his words, developing a draft discharge permit that is protective, that is the very job description of the department. It is not a reason to prohibit discharge permits or stifle research. And now today, we heard a different theory through Mr. Knight's cross-examination. He suggested that 7465D prohibits denial of discharge permits unless a standard is being violated. But I had a hard time understanding why that would help NMED's position, because that's just an argument that you must adopt a new standard, which of course they're not doing here, and ignores that, as Mr. Herman admitted, NMED can always add conditions to permits to make sure they're prohibitive, and the recognition by Mr. Herman that in fact existing standards can be met. Which brings me to NMOGA's recommendation to the commission, and I hope I'm answering Commissioner Brankard's question from yesterday and clearing up any confusion. And that is, we have two alternative recommendations for the commission, and we would support either path. The first path is adopt NMOGA's version of the proposed reuse regulations. This is basically the rules that were developed over well over a year by the department with the help of all stakeholders, those proposed by NMED with some additional cleaning up. That proposal is attached to Mr. D'Antonio's testimony. Or alternatively, the commission could either stay the current proceeding or deny the current proposal, but give clear instructions to the department and parties to propose standards for produced water and clean up some of the other deficiencies in the department's proposal. NMOGA would support either alternative, and we think it would essentially result in the same outcome: the develop of standards in the near future while encouraging the continued development of pilot and demonstration projects to further our understanding of treatment and reuse for produced water in a way that's protective of human health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wexler. Let's see, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Can you hear me?
We need you a little bit louder.
A little louder.
Yeah.
Is that better?
That is definitely better. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Colin Cox with the Center for Biological Diversity. We're asking the Commission to deny this rulemaking petition because the proposed rule fails to protect our waters and our health. We ask the Commission to instead adopt a rule prohibiting discharge and reuse. The proposed rule will allow large-scale industrial projects to use toxic oil and gas waste outside of the oil field without any standards, safeguards, or limits. The rule also allows operators to experiment with toxic oil and gas waste in demonstration projects outside of the oil field on whatever terms the operators set for themselves. My first point is that fluid oil and gas waste is a big toxic problem. For every barrel of oil pulled from New Mexico's ground, we get roughly 4 barrels of toxic fluid oil and gas waste. The industry refers to this waste with the inaccurate and misleading term produced water, but it is not water, it is waste. And oil companies pulled over 86 billion gallons of this waste out of the ground in New Mexico in 2022. This waste is highly toxic. It can contain over 1,100 different pollutants, including carcinogens like benzene, toluene, and xylene, as well as radioactive particles, including uranium, radium, plutonium, polonium, and thorium. It can also contain toxic fracking chemicals that are kept confidential from the public. This toxic fluid waste is either disposed of or reused in the extraction process. There are thousands of storage and disposal ponds and pits across the state containing this waste. Many of these ponds and pits leak and contaminate the land and groundwater around them, as well as emit hazardous chemicals into the air. Oil and gas operators in New Mexico report more than 1,000 spills each year, totaling millions of gallons of fluid, and most of that is this waste that we're talking about. Oil and gas companies typically dispose of this toxic waste by injecting it deep underground into saltwater disposal wells. But this injection process is expensive It poses risks to our waters, and it causes earthquakes. Because the oil industry is running out of cheap places to store this waste, they're looking for other ways to get rid of it, specifically reuse, which means selling it back to us and using it for drinking water, agriculture, livestock, and industry, among other uses. This rule is the first step in making the reuse of this toxic waste a reality in New Mexico. In 2019, New Mexico passed the Produced Water Act to begin the process of legalizing reuse of this toxic waste. The Oil Conservation Division of the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department was given control over how the waste would be reused in the oil field. And the Water Quality Control Commission of the New Mexico Environment Department was given control over how the waste would be reused outside of the oil field. This split jurisdiction between two agencies has resulted in confusion between M and NMED over who has authority over a given project and just what it means to be on or off of the oil field. Further, a new group was created, the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium, to monitor research projects and conduct research into the treatment and reuse of this waste. The consortium is supposed to be supervised by NMED, but NMED has failed to exercise its control and instead allowed the consortium to bow to industry demands. Scientists from the consortium and from NMED admit that we do not know if this oil and gas waste can be reused safely. We do not know. They admit that more research is needed to figure out just how toxic this waste actually is. And they admit that more research is needed to figure out if it's even possible to clean this waste enough to reuse it safely. In other words, the reuse of fluid oil and gas waste is not ready for prime time. And that's why this rule should be a simple and complete prohibition on discharge and reuse. And to be clear, that's the center's position, that New Mexico needs a rule that prohibits discharge and prohibits reuse. Instead of that simple prohibition, the rule authorizes the reuse of toxic waste for large-scale industrial projects outside of the oil field. No safeguards, no limits. And the rule also allows oil and gas companies to experiment with the reuse of toxic fluid oil and gas in demonstration projects without safeguards or oversight, again, outside of the oil field. NMED is asking us to trust oil and gas companies with this stuff, both in experiments and in large-scale industrial settings. But the proposed rule is not based on science, and it lacks any science-based standards. It authorizes reuse of this toxic waste for industrial projects and demonstration projects, without any requirements beyond appropriate treatment. That's the only pseudo standard in this rule. The toxic oil and gas waste be treated to an appropriate level for whatever purpose it'll be put to. Whether that's for industry or for experiments with drinking water, watering crops, livestock, etc. But appropriate is a meaningless standard. There's nothing in the rule that says what appropriate treatment is for any of those uses. And NMED and the consortium's own statements reveal that they do not know what appropriate treatment actually means. They don't even know how to reliably detect and measure more than 1,000 of the 1,100 pollutants that can show up in this waste. The consortium and NMED both admit that more research is needed to determine if this waste can ever be used safely outside of the oil field. And they also admit that this treatment of the waste that the parties have been talking about has never been demonstrated at the scale that they want to authorize. Even the proponents of reuse and discharge at this hearing have admitted this. Mr. Hightower, director of the consortium, admitted that we aren't quite there yet. The science isn't quite there yet on reuse and discharge, but he urged the commission to take a chance on reuse. And yesterday, Mr. McCurdy, speaking on behalf of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, said the science was almost there. Almost. He urged the commission to open the door to reuse so that New Mexico will be ready if the science supports it in the future. Not quite there. Almost there. If future science supports it, take a chance. These statements cannot be the basis for rulemaking. Science simply does not support the reuse of toxic fluid oil and gas waste outside of the oil field, and this rule will not help us develop that science because it lacks oversight or accountability for the industry. While the Produced Water Act states that NMED must require a permit for any reuse of this toxic liquid waste, The proposed rule instead uses a notice of intent scheme to authorize these projects, with very few, if any, meaningful requirements. Under the notice of intent process, operators, and not NMED, decide how they want to manage their project, what contaminants they want to measure, how they want to manage transportation, how they want to clean up spills, whether they want to protect their workers from exposure to the dangerous chemicals that may be present in the waste. And while operators are required to share any data they collect with NMED, the rule leaves it entirely up to them what data to collect in the first place. The only condition on industrial projects is that they must limit public access. So as long as they put up a fence, or maybe just a post with a no trespassing sign, they can reuse this toxic waste without limit. The rule does not require operators to admit how toxic the liquid waste is. They're not required to disclose all the contaminants in the waste. They're not required to test for radioactivity, even though studies have shown that oil and gas waste can have radioactivity levels 40 times higher than EPA standards for clean drinking water. They're not required to test for PFAS. They're not required to test for anything in particular at all. And the rule doesn't require them to remove everything in the waste. Operators are not required to treat the fluid oil and gas waste to any specific level or remove any specific toxic chemicals before using it in industrial projects or experimenting with it in demonstration projects. In place of meaningful standards and oversight, the proposed rule allows operators to do whatever they want as long as it won't result in a discharge to surface or groundwater. They get to decide how to design the project and what to report. They get to make the project as large as they want. This lax enforcement regime has already proven inadequate to protect public health and the environment from the oil and gas industry. Look at our deteriorating air quality in the Permian Basin. Look at the number of spills they report on a daily basis, annual basis. The industry must not be given free rein to play with this hazardous toxic waste. Another glaring issue with the petition is the lack of any public notice or opportunity for public participation when NMED approves these reuse projects. NMED could authorize a large-scale industrial project basically next door, where toxic oil and gas waste would be trucked in and out every day, and there would be no chance for the public to comment on or challenge that project. The public wouldn't even be aware of it until it was already under construction. All the operator has to do, again, is put up that fence or that no trespassing sign. In conclusion, I want to talk about what we want, or what this rule fails to do and how to fix it. So the rule fails to meet the rulemaking requirements in New Mexico law. It does not rely on credible scientific data in 74-6-4D, or the best scientific information in 74-6-4K. In fact, it ignores the consortium's own conclusion that more research is needed before we know if this stuff can be reused safely. The rule also fails to meet the explicit requirements of the Produced Water Act, under which NMED must require a permit, not a notice of intent, but a permit for any reuse. That's in 70-13-4D. To resolve these deficiencies, the rule should be rewritten as a simple prohibition on reuse of toxic fluid oil and gas waste outside of the oil field. It's that simple, a prohibition on discharge and reuse. In conclusion, fluid oil and gas waste is toxic. It is carcinogenic. It is radioactive. NMED and the operators who make this stuff don't even know how to accurately assess just how toxic this waste is, or what it will take to adequately clean it up. Treatment has never been scientifically demonstrated at scale. Despite this reality, the proposed rule allows the reuse of toxic waste at industrial scale without limits, standards, or oversight, on whatever terms the oil and gas companies set for themselves. Because of this, the rule fails to adequately protect our waters and our health and our environment. We ask the Commission to reject this proposal and instead adopt a rule prohibiting discharge and reuse. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I'm going to make the same request of you and Mr. Wexler. We'd like to assure that the transcript has the entirety of your comments. Would you be willing to mail the written form to Ms. Jones?
Be happy to do that, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you.
I'm also happy to do it. It may not capture all of my comments.
That's fine. Thanks. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen. All right, so at this point, there's something else we can profitably do with our time, Mr. Dodd.
Madam Hearing Officer, Ms. Nasi unfortunately had to leave, but she has asked me to ensure that I move for the admission of New Energy Economy exhibits 19 through 33 with the exclusion of 21.
Correct. 19, 20, and 22 through 33.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right. Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections.
So here's my objection. It's a conditional objection, and that is, as you know, there's a number of NMOGA exhibits that fall into two categories. The first category is the documents related to the consortium documents and presentations. The second is there's a handful of documents that were related to projects that were being done by companies. Those are subject to an objection motion to exclude on the basis of lack of foundation. We understand that the rules don't require the kind of foundation, that what they require is those to be identified and to be relevant. And if we are right about that, we have no objection. We understand why they're putting in these documents. However, my objection is conditional on, when we offer those exhibits, if they are excluded on the basis of foundation, the same rule should apply to the NEE exhibits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wexler.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, I'm on my phone. I'd like to add, I acknowledge that the foundation for these exhibits may have been adequately established during the cross-examination of expert witnesses to ensure a comprehensive record of the facts and to prevent unnecessary delays. I believe it would be fair and equitable to admit these exhibits into evidence at this time. Therefore, I am withdrawing my previous objection enjoined with NMOGA and Select Water Solution and expressing my wish that these exhibits now be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Madam Officer. Just briefly, I wanted to note that our objection is not based on foundation. It is based on relevancy to the NMOGA exhibits, and of course, the hearing officer's direction that the motion to exclude be decided after the close of evidence was a good one. And so I've been listening to the evidence in the case, and there will be exhibits that NMOGA has introduced that we move to exclude, for which we will withdraw the objection. I mean, specifically all the McCurdy exhibits 75 to 127, for example, will be withdrawing. So haven't made a determination on all of them, but did want to clarify that the objection is based on relevancy, and B, we will be withdrawing some of our objections, or I'm not sure how many, in light of the evidence presented.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Fox.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Commissioner Brinker.
I was just struggling to figure out where these new energy economy exhibits are.
They're probably in the Dropbox, Mr. Dodd.
My understanding is that they're in the Dropbox.
They're in the Dropbox.
Okay. Well, I can't access the Dropbox here. So
you can't?
No. And so I will have to do it.
There's some technical issue. I think it's the firewall here creates issues with accessing the Dropbox.
Okay.
But I believe that it's accessible. Some parties have been able to access it here.
So I've been able to access it on my phone, although it's not easy to read. I didn't realize anyone else was having issues. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a firewall issue here at the White House.
All right. The magical phone. Okay. All right. Exhibits 19, 20, and 22 through 33 are admitted. And I think what I've detected, among the commissioners, I'm just speaking generally, is a strong appetite to read the papers that have been submitted and to have some understanding of the state of research in this area. And I certainly understood from Mr. McCurdy's testimony. I thought he drew a good distinction between saying we're there and it's not as though no work has been done, right? I mean, I thought he drew a really good distinction there. All right, so those are admitted. We can talk again about the NMOGA exhibits when they are finished offering them. Thank you for that, Ms. Fox. Mr. Dodd.
Just to make it absolutely clear for the record, you said exhibits 19, 20, and then 23 through 33 are admitted. That's new energy economy 19, 20.
Yes, and of course with a dozen parties, although there's letters and numbers available, I don't know any other languages.
Absolutely. No, I just wanted to make it clear for the record that it's new energy economy.
NEE. Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Anything else we can do while we're together before I just mention two things for Tuesday? We'll have public comment again at 9 and 1. We really do have to be strict about not having people offer oral comment if they've already offered it this week or in May. Everyone should sign up with Pam. We'll continue to have obviously a court reporter and a Spanish language interpretation team, and there will be a new link. So if you captured that link for this week and used it over and over again, please understand you have to go back to the calendar and there will be a new link. So we are not meeting on Monday. Pam will put something explicit about that fact, and we'll resume again Tuesday at 9. Thank you all.
Have a great weekend.